Welcome to the heart of the Rocky Mountains, where the pristine beauty of Pinedale, Wyoming meets the thrill of aviation. Pilots from across the country have climbed skyward to showcase their incredible skills in one of this season's most challenging environments. Welcome to Rocky Mountain STOL, where today in Pinedale, pilots face the ultimate test of precision and control here at Ralph Wenz Field. That's Papa November Alpha in your sectional. Every inch counts. We're on sand, gravel, and dirt today, operating on runway 1129. The field elevation, a huge performance issue and challenge for competitors. We have the highest field elevation of the season, over a mile high at 7,096 feet. Stalwarts of the season will be facing newcomers to the series in heated competition. Watch for the usual greats, Steve Henry, Hal Stockman, Colin Kaniva, and more to bring their A-game. With the stunning backdrop of the Wind River Range, this competition combines breathtaking scenery with high-stakes excitement. Whether you're a seasoned aviation enthusiast or a newcomer, there's something magical about witnessing these airborne feats against the backdrop of Wyoming's wild beauty. It's time for engine start here in Pinedale, Wyoming. The line is painted, the pattern is clear, we're clear for takeoff, and it's time for National STOL, Rocky Mountain STOL 2024. And what's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to another great, beautiful Saturday here in Pinedale, Wyoming. My name is Ryan Dombrowski. I am joined by the beautiful and very amazing Cam Walton. Cam, thanks for joining me on the mic today.
Good morning, sir.
And we are going to have an awesome, awesome day of STOL flying, bush flying. It's going to be just rad. We had amazing weather yesterday. We've got amazing weather today. Maybe could use a little more wind on the nose of the aircraft. Like wind's calm right now, but it's Kavu. It's not too hot.
Yeah.
It's not too cold. It's going to be a beautiful day here in Pinedale, Wyoming for Rocky Mountain STOL. Yesterday in practice, Cam and I watched all of the competitors get used. You're going to hear about this all weekend. Watched them all get used to the density altitude. The density altitude, basically, the way to think about it is we're at a very high field elevation here in Pinedale, a little over 7,000 feet above sea level at this airport. And the higher we are and the higher the density altitude is, the lower the performance of the aircraft. That means the wings are generating less lift, the propellers are generating less thrust, and the engines, unless they've got a turbo on it, which some of us do today, less horsepower as well. Cam, anything that you want to bring forward from practice yesterday that we should watch out for today as we gear up for today's competition?
Yeah, we're going to look out for, you hit it on the nose with the aircraft performance. We're going to see longer takeoffs and than what we're used to during the normal season or at other locations. So I think that's a big thing to look out for, just a bit longer takeoffs. And, of course, the guys that have the turbos are going to outperform the normal guys, the normally aspirated.
Normally aspirated, right.
Yes. So I think that's one thing that we should be looking out for, especially when we're here at National Short Takeoff and Landing. They're going to be a little bit longer today. So
the other thing to talk about with that is that obviously, like takeoff performance, you can turbo your takeoff performance and get a benefit there on your engine, but you can't turbo your wing. so landings are going to be the great equalizer here in Pinedale today, this Saturday. We're going to see people really struggling still, I think. Hopefully people got everything worked out during practices. We saw some of our very, stalwarts of the season coming in and landing and really having to fine-tune that approach, coming in at faster ground speeds than they're used to at the lower elevations. So really going to be something fun to watch. Let's look at the weather right now. 3 knots from 300 degrees. And our density altitude right now, 8,065 feet. A way to think about that in the audience is the airplane basically thinks it's at 8,065 feet, which is already 1,000 feet higher than the field elevation. Yeah. And as it gets warmer today, we're going to see that number climb and the aircraft performance decrease. We can go over. Let's talk a little bit about the season standings as we head into this weekend. We've got the standings compiled after Sodbusters. I can't read that. So right now we've got Brandon Korn coming in at first place for touring class. Jerry Clemens holding first in the backcountry class. Got anything else for me? Brad Crawford, who's here, one to watch in the season standings. Yeah, I can't read any of this stuff. It's just... Brian Steck's here this weekend in the adventure class, hoping to unseat Jared Garrettson. In the sport class, watch for the continued battle between Pat McIntyre and Joel Milloway. Unlimited class, Dan Reynolds holding on to first place as of Sodbusters, but he's not here, and Steve Henry is. So a lot of different battles to watch. I think the other thing to watch for this weekend, Cam, is we've got a lot of fun little grudge matches. So we talked about Brandon Korn and John McCardle are here, but they're both fighting off Kyle Bushman.
Yeah.
And then in backcountry class, you're going to see a ton of fun matchups as well. But before we get started today, we got to do the thing we got to do. It's time for the national anthem. So if everyone could please rise and remove your hats. And it is almost time for some amazing STOL competition here in Pinedale, Wyoming. The competitors are getting ready to gear up and get those engines started. We're going to start with the touring class. Let's take a minute to learn a little bit more about that class.
Jeff Abrams from Ocala, Florida. Fly an aircraft called Piperzilla, 1965 Cherokee 180. Just enjoy it. It's a great experience. Something different to do with the airplane versus just fly around the traffic pattern or go to nearby restaurants or whatever in the airplane, and gets me far away from home.
My name's Warren Grobelar. I'm from Naples, Florida, and I fly a 1955 Cessna 180. Action!
It's a 1990 PZL 10480. It's a Wilga. It was designed as a STOL airplane, but you know it had a lot of different uses. They dropped parachuters, and they've seen them with floats on them, and I think they tried to put rockets on them at one point. They were a pretty useful airplane. They didn't take off real big over here in the United States, but you know, it's too bad because they're a pretty neat airplane.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn. I'm flying the Cessna 205 out of Hearne, Texas, and I'm in the heavy touring class. There's some tough competition out here.
I got no expectations of winning anything here. Just trying to have some fun and kind of get my feet wet.
Well, it felt good. It's definitely a lot different flying in this high altitude, but I like it. You got to really nurse it off the runway, though. Got some competition out here. Aaron over there, flying all over the country. So we're having lots of fun.
So that is the touring class, which is coming up first here in Pinedale, Wyoming. If you didn't put it together, these are the heavies, right? You've got the Cessna 205s, the 206s, the Cessna 182s. You're going to see a Maul. You're going to see a totally custom-built 2024 Backcountry Super Cub called the Boss. But let's go through the lineup right now. Let's see who's competing.
All right, race number 69 is Katie Waito in a 1949 Piper Clipper. Race 999 is Jamie Burgess in the 1969 Cessna 182. Race 53, Don Mickey in a 1953 Cessna 180 straight tail. You will see that it's a beautiful aircraft. Race number 29 is Dan Williams in a 1954 Cessna 180, also a straight tail and a beautiful aircraft. Brendan Korn, race number 30 in the 1963 Cessna 205, very heavy aircraft. And John Douglas, race number 307 in the 1964 Cessna 182.
I think we've got a few more to pull up. And then rounding out the touring class, you've got John McCardle in that 1978 Maul M5, Luke Strandlin in a 2009 Murphy Super Rebel, and I just mentioned it before, Kyle Bushman's going to be flying in his 2024 Backcountry Super Cub. It's a 4-place Super Cub called the Boss. You're in for some great flying, and we've seen yesterday, Cam, we saw a lot of really interesting things happen. Brandon Korn, who's kind of the season favorite, battling it against John McCardle. Brandon Korn struggling with the altitude a little bit during practice. And then John McCardle, we were getting coffee this morning, and we ran into him at the coffee shop, and he's like, hey, did you notice that I actually beat Kyle yesterday during practice? And I was like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, by 8 feet. So there's a fight happening there. Kyle Bushman bringing this aircraft onto the circuit as just a little bit earlier this summer. We saw it perform in the Oshkosh STOL demo as well. It's a really just huge airplane. We're going to talk a lot about it when you see it in the sky, but a lot of fun fights. And the other thing I'll point out is John Douglas in that 1964 Cessna 182. He's actually one of the hosts of Rocky Mountain STOL. He's the one of the people making this all possible for you here in Pinedale. And it's great to see him flying out in front of us. While we get ready to go here, I think we're waiting for the competitors to finish their pre-flight checks. Cam, why don't we talk a little bit about what National STOL is? We've got this line painted, but what's the rest of it about?
Yeah, so National STOL. STOL stands for Short Takeoff and Landing. So what we're here for is we're looking at the line with our line judges and our head line judge. So what's going to end up happening is the planes come up to the line, they take off from the line, their distance from the line is measured with their takeoff. So as soon as the tires leave the ground is where we're measuring the takeoff distance. They're going to fly a pattern, come back around, and they're going to land beyond the line. So you can't touch the line. If you touch the line, you're disqualified, or at least for that round. They're going to land beyond the line, and where they stop is where we're measuring from that line. So you'll see all the cones out here that have the numbers on them. We're taking those numbers. We have line judges that are lined up on the other side of the runway that will give us our numbers. And then we have the combined totals from the takeoff and the landing. And that's where we come up with our scores, our composite scores.
And after that, it's the lowest number wins. It's like
Yes.
airplane golf. A little more horsepower, though. All right, let's introduce this first heat of the touring class. This is your Alpha heat from Ontario. That's not where she's from. I don't know. It's this is the wrong hometown here. But in front of us right now in a 1949 Piper Clipper. Everybody give it up for Katie Waito. Next up, in a 1969 Cessna 182 Skylane, one of your hometown, well, I don't know how hometown it is. I'm not up on my Wyoming geography, but from Coral, Wyoming, in race 999, it's Jamie Burgess. From Albuquerque, New Mexico, in race 53, a 1953 Cessna 180, Don Mickey. And wrapping out this first heat of touring class, another local from Afton, Wyoming, a 1954 Cessna 180, race 29. That's Dan Williams. That's right. Give them a hoot and a holler. They actually can hear you in the cockpit sometimes.
Yes.
If you guys are loud enough, they'll be able to hear you. So as Cam described, Katie's going to be our guinea pig. She's going to show us how this all works. You're going to see her taxi that clipper up to the line. And she's going to take off, and we're going to measure that takeoff distance from her main wheels, which on a tail dragger aircraft like that are the front two. And you'll notice right behind her, Jamie Burgess in the 182. We call that a tri-gear airplane. And a tri-gear airplane, we're measuring from the gear in the back. Basically, wherever there's a pair of wheels, that's where we're measuring from. So we're going to measure the distance from where those main wheels leave the ground to the line. And then, as Cam said, add that to the distance from the line to where they stop on their landing. And that will give us our composite score. What we're simulating here is a backcountry type approach. Maybe you're landing on a sandbar somewhere. Maybe you're landing on those foothills just beyond us at the top to do a little exploring or maybe do some camping. We're simulating that sandbar is a great way to talk about, or the foothills, because if you land too short, you might be getting wet. You might be hitting a cliff. You got to be a little careful about it.
No C-fit, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look at the weather right now. Winds 3 knots from 300 degrees. Altimeter 3030. And we've got a temperature of 54 degrees Fahrenheit, which is giving us a density altitude. You're going to hear that all week.
And we have a green flag, which means go.
Density altitude of 8,000 feet currently. You're going to see that climb throughout the day. So Katie Waito now coming up to the line. Lexi's getting her all lined up. Katie, a agricultural pilot. And we've got the first takeoff of Rocky Mountain STOL underway.
You can see her working the rudders as the tail comes up, trying to prevent the aircraft from weather vaning.
And she's off the ground. And we were just talking to her before the broadcast started. Cam and I were talking to her. We said, hey, are you coming in hot? And she's like, that's the best I can do with these short wings. That short wing Piper class aircraft. Not a lot of lift at these high altitudes. Here goes Jamie Burgess.
And we see that nose come up, tail to the ground.
Really working to get things off into the air with this high-density altitude. Don Mickey at the line now in that 1953 Cessna 180.
That is a throaty-sounding aircraft.
And he's off a little bit shorter than the others. And last in this heat, Dan Williams in the 1954 Cessna 180 from Afton, Wyoming.
Beautiful red, white, and blue aircraft.
He's full throttle. Pushing that yoke forward, trying to get that tail up into the air to get a little more speed. The tail's up now.
You can see him wagging his tail feathers, trying to get that directional control, keep it straight down the runway. And he's up.
So a little bit longer than we're used to seeing
Yeah.
in National STOL, and there's a couple things at play right now. One, I keep saying it, you're gonna get annoyed with me by the time we're done. By the way, here's Katie Waito coming in hot over the line, gave up about 75 feet. Now she's got to get on those binders, get that thing stopped. And again, her wings are so short. She's got a lot less lift than everybody else. But what we're talking about here is we've got that high altitude,
Yep.
reduces performance. The other thing we have right now is basically no wind. And STOL pilots want a little wind on the nose to help them get that airplane, well, one, slow it down,
Yep.
but two, get that airplane some more lift, some more air over the wings always helps.
More control, a little bit more of a spot landing situation when we have wind. And Katie Waito's coming in with a landing distance of 525 and a combined total of 1525. She had a takeoff distance measured of 1,000 feet.
I think they're limiting it at 1,000. If you go
Yep.
beyond the score, the measurement tape, basically we're at 1,000. So we've got actually a lot of that right now in touring class. Here's Jamie Burgess giving it some throttle. Good over the line.
All right. And you can see his wheels like shimming. He's on those brakes real hard. And we got him stopped. Our line just is telling him he can move. I can't tell from here how far that is, but he was on those brakes.
He was definitely on those brakes, digging in. 460-foot landing for Jamie Burgess,
All
combined
right.
score of 1460. Don Mickey, the only person off less than 1,000 feet in this first heat with a 480-foot takeoff.
We'll see what he does on this landing.
You can see him coming in now, base to final to your left here in Pinedale.
So just because he had a shorter takeoff doesn't mean that he's got a guaranteed landing number. He could scratch. He could go well beyond the numbers. So there's nothing's ever guaranteed.
Hear him working that throttle. Good over the line. Gave up about 50 feet before touching down, and he's trying to get it stopped. You can see him fighting to keep that tail down. And he's down within the scoring markers. So he's going to be happy with that in this first heat. That leaves Dan Williams to your left.
He's coming in a similar aircraft to Don Mickey.
Don Mickey with a combined score of 915 feet. That's going to put him in first place for now. Still early in the touring class, of course.
Still a little early. It's okay, though.
Dan Williams, low and to your left. Little burst of power. Oh, giving up a lot. Got that little backfire action. Drops the flaps out, pulls them out so that he can get heavier on the brakes. But he's going to roll out real far on that landing. He had a lot of energy coming over the line.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 1,000 for Dan Williams for a first run score of 2,000. two more runs in this heat of touring class. And then we've got Brandon Corn, John Douglas, John McCardle, Luke Strandlin, and Kyle Bushman all coming out to play. While we get ready for the next run of the Alpha Heat, if you're here in Pinedale, we got to make sure that you visit the National STOL and the Rocky Mountain STOL merch booths. We've got tents for you to check out. There's food trucks and all sorts of other stuff to visit here. But go check out those merchandise booths. James Barkheimer is saying, I wish I could be there in person, but I'm watching from Texas. Hope everyone is able to push the limits and be safe. James, one of our adventure class competitors who's normally on the circuit. The other thing you can check out is Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. They're the official coffee sponsor of National STOL. We've got samples of that coffee available at the National STOL merch booth. And you can purchase tickets for the one-wheel raffle. How cool is that?
That's
They're raffling
awesome.
off a one-wheel at the end of the day today at Rocky Mountains, the Rocky Mountain STOL booth. So check them out. Check out the great local vendors and the food trucks. And then last but certainly not least, don't forget to visit the Jae Foundation booth and learn about all the great work they're doing. Here's Katie Waito now on the roll.
Tail coming up.
We're a little behind right now, but we'll be with you once.
And she's off, so she's beyond the numbers, so it's going to be a 1,000-foot takeoff for Katie Waito
10 minutes or so.
on the second heat. And we got Jamie Burgess coming up to the line. Giving it the beans, as our friend Ryan would say.
Got those flaps down to get that extra lift. Pulling back, and it just needs to fly. And he is off. Or as Eric Fairwell would say, and away he goes. If we're talking about catchphrases, here's Don Mickey on the line. Best takeoff for Don Mickey was 480 feet last round.
And he's up. Looks like it might be beyond the numbers, so 1,000 feet for him as well.
Dan Williams in the other Cessna 180 getting ready to go. Lexi's got him lined up. He's full throttle. Gonna push that yoke forward, get that elevator down. It's gonna raise the tail. You can see the rudder working to keep the airplane straight and keeping that tail kind of a tail low position and just easing it off into the sky.
So we saw his left wing dip just a little bit before liftoff. We're seeing a left quartering crosswind. So not anything wrong with that takeoff. That is exactly what's going to happen when we're having crosswinds. We're going to dip the wing into the wind.
Here's Katie Waito now. Ooh, right over the line. Got a little bit of bounce. And she's got that stick full back in the cockpit, keeping that tail down. And yeah, for Katie Waito, again, like the short wing Pipers, this Piper Clipper that she's flying, you know, a lot of wing bays reduced compared to like a Super Cub or something like that that came before it in the Piper history. And so it's fun to fly because you can go a little bit faster. You can, you know, descend a little faster. There's a lot of benefit there, but at these high altitudes, you got a much faster ground speed. Otherwise, she's just going to fall right out of the sky. Sounds dramatic. She wouldn't do that high up, but if you're coming in for a landing and you're going too slow, you're going to stall and hit maybe before the line. You're going to lose lift and hit before the line. Here is Jamie Burgess on approach.
All right, nice over the line. Probably gave up 50 feet, a little bit over 50 feet. But you can see him stomping on those brakes and the tires shimmying.
And we're seeing some improvements in this first heat right now. Katie Waito improved her takeoff pretty dramatically. 600 and a 480-foot landing. She's now in second place with with a combined score of 1,080 feet. Jamie Burgess, also huge improvement on the takeoff, 665 with a 460-foot landing that just came in on the scoreboard, improving now to 1,125 feet combined. Don Mickey coming in to your left in the venerable 180. The 180 is one of the aircraft that I think a lot of people think of when they think about backcountry flying.
Yep.
It's the bring your family and bring everything, everything in the kitchen sink into the backcountry type plane. Goes nice and fast in cruise, too, so it's no slouch. And good over the line for Don Mickey. What Cam and I are reacting to is how accurately are the pilots getting to the line? Like, how close are they to the line? We don't want to give up all that distance, right? And so the closer people can get, you can see they're all coming in faster than you'd normally see in a lower altitude national STOL competition. And so that accuracy thing is something you really got to dial in. Here comes Dan Williams. Cooking. Gave up almost 300 feet.
Yeah. And so also with our reactions, we can't touch the line. So that's a rule change for this year. Last year, you could land touching the line and you wouldn't scratch. But this year, there's a little bit elevated degree of, you'll need a little bit more finesse, a little bit more accuracy, a degree of difficulty, that's what I was looking for, with not touching the line and scratching. So,
yeah, there's a rulemaking committee in National STOL, a pilots rulemaking committee, and they decided that it'd be better to have it be not touching the line at all. It'd be easier for us to score fairly if it's not about landing before the line but touching the line at all. And we've seen some improvements with that in the season. Earlier in the season, obviously, people were still kind of tuned to landing on or beyond the line, and so we saw a little bit of that, but everyone adjusted pretty quickly. I wanted to mention our friends at the Jae Foundation. We're going to learn more about them as we talk today, but go visit their booth, learn about the work they're doing. You can actually make a donation to that foundation. It's a foundation that is basically using cowboy boots to be a catalyst for conversations around mental health, and we're going to learn a little bit more about that. Cam and I actually, we got our Jae boots on today and doing boot checks with people that matter to us, and so we hope you do that too. So go check out the Jae Foundation booth or go to jaefoundation.com, jaefoundation.com to learn more about the work they're doing. Okay, time for the third run. Katie Waito.
Giving it the beans.
Her best takeoff so far, 600 feet. And that left main just sticking on the runway a little bit for Katie. Jamie Burgess waiting for release on the line.
And he's already pulling the elevator. We can see his elevator moving. And his nose is coming up.
What a beautiful, I know the pilots would like a little more wind.
Yeah.
But what a beautiful day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Here in Wyoming.
And a beautiful backdrop as well. It doesn't have to be breathtaking mountains, but we have great foothills.
Well, and behind us is where all the breathtaking mountains are.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Don Mickey, full throttle, kicking up some dust. He's going to get that elevator. That's the control at the back of the aircraft that controls pitch. He's using it to get the tail up. It's going to help him get flying speed. He pulls back, and the airplane isn't quite ready to fly yet, but it was only a second or two early. If you time that right, folks, if you're new to STOL, the tail dragger aircraft, what'll happen is they'll get the tail up and then take a bite. You'll pull back hard on the control, and you'll see the airplane leap into the air if it's timed correctly. Dan Williams.
Giving us a little happy feet with the rudder dancing. And he's off. We'll see what his numbers are.
Current standings in the touring class, Don Mickey in first place with 915 feet combined. Second place, Katie Waito holding her own in the Clipper with 1,080 feet combined. Jamie Burgess, 1,125 feet combined, and Dan Williams bringing up the rear of this first heat with 1,750 feet. Katie Waito giving up about 50 to 75 feet that time.
She's bringing in on a heavy slip as well.
Yeah, we should talk about that. So she doesn't have flaps.
Yeah.
So the flaps are the inboard, closest to the fuselage controls, flight controls on the aircraft, and they add drag, but they also add a lot of lift. You can use them to descend, slow down the airplane, and then descend more controlled. Katie doesn't have those. So she has to do what's called a slip, where she cross-controls the airplane with opposite aileron and rudder inputs to increase the drag and kill some of the lift on the wing to descend. So she's got a higher workload than the other pilots as well, right? They can just set their flaps to a certain place and kind of dial in their approach. She's got to come in sideways, basically, looking out the window sideways to get it all lined up. So now look at Jamie Burgess, right? He's got those flaps down. Big burst of throttle to get him over the line, but he's going to pay for it on the deceleration. He's got to counteract that with those brakes. No scratches yet either.
Yeah. And improving numbers as well. So Jamie with the, we're getting a number here. 550 on takeoff and landing for Jamie.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go. Combined score of 1,100 feet for Jamie, still holding in third place. Don Mickey on approach now. So those flaps are those control surfaces you can see dangling down from the wing against they're creating lift and drag, helping him bring the plane in nice and stable.
That is a really stabilized approach.
And he's going to blame me for that because I just said no scratches yet, and that's a big scratch for Don Mickey. You heard him try to save it with the throttle, not enough. And so that run, that's the first scratch of the competition, that run will not count for him. So that great takeoff, that was actually his best takeoff of the day, 475 feet, will not count for anything. He's still holding first place with 915 feet.
And then high and to your left, we'll have Dan Williams coming in. And you can see his flaps as well.
It's all about flaps today, apparently.
This is the flaps dance.
It's the flaps. We're talking about flaps. Here's Dan Williams now. Good over the line.
Probably giving up 100 feet.
And since we're talking flaps, you notice that the flaps were retracted back into the wing as soon as possible. And why the pilots do that is it actually kills the lift, all that extra lift from the flaps, so that the airplane is heavier on the ground, so that the wheels and the tires and the brakes can do more effort to get you slowed down and stopped. 1,000-foot plus for Dan Williams on that one. Combined score of 1,650. So heading into the next heat of touring, you're going to have Don Mickey in first place with a combined score of 915 feet.
Katie Waito coming in second place with a combined score of 1080. Jamie Burgess coming in with 1,100 feet in third place. And currently in fourth place, Dan Williams with 1,650 for a combined score.
Pretty amazing to see how tight that is between Katie and Jamie.
Yep.
In these conditions, only 20 feet.
Yeah.
That is super tight.
Absolutely.
We had 30 knots of wind on the nose. We were measuring, differentiating by feet, right? Like 5 feet or 3 feet. And you probably will see that later today. But so we were talking about the Jae Foundation a little bit earlier. We were talking about our Jae boots.
Yep.
And we're going to show a little bit more of that right now. So we had this really cool experience where Cam and I got to go to a local Pinedale cowboy shop, aptly named the Cowboy Shop. And we got to pick out our boots. and learn more about the great work that the Jae Foundation is doing.
The Jae Foundation story, it really starts back in small town Pinedale, Wyoming. One of my best friends, his name was Jim Jae Young, later became Jae Bob Bing, so he was adopted from Korea. Jay and I were in the same class together, so we did sports together, we did life together, we did just about everything. The Bing family for the last 75 years has owned the cowboy shop in Pinedale. He just loved his boots. He wore them everywhere. So he wore them with jeans, he wore them with shorts, he wore them with sweats. Carolyn, his mom, always reminds me to tell people he wore them to bed in his pajamas. He went off to the University of Wyoming. I came over here to CSI. You know, from the outside, he was on top of the world. He had great friends, great future, and for us, we thought he was just in a great spot. In March of 2016, I got a call from my dad. He just said, "Jason, I don't know how to share this with you, but Jay took his own life last night." It rocked my world. I mean, it changed everything. It's weird to say something good comes out of a funeral. On the way back into town, I just said, "Hey, can you drop me off at the cemetery?" And I just spent the afternoon with Jay. That day, right there at the cemetery, I made a commitment to my buddy Jay. And my commitment was that something great, something amazing, something transformational was going to come from this tragedy. The whole idea and the whole thought behind the Jae Foundation is if I could have just bought my buddy Jay a pair of cowboy boots and we'd have had a real conversation around mental health, depression, and suicide, I truly feel like he'd still be with us. The most important part about a Jae boot is it's a reminder that you're loved, that you're valued, that you're needed and wanted here. No matter how hard things get, if we ever get to that spot Jay was in, and we've got friends, we've got family, we've got an amazing company, right? We put our Jae boots on and we reach out for help. And there's nothing wrong with reaching out for help.
What we do, bring awareness to mental health and suicide prevention. To explain the Jae Foundation, I'm going to take you back to Jason's childhood. He was adopted from South Korea by the Bing family. The Bings actually own the cowboy shop, this building that we're in here. It's been around now for over 77 years. My name is Julie Mackey. I'm with the Jae Foundation. I'm going to talk specifically about Jay and Jason. One of his best friends growing up was Jay. But if your parents own a country western apparel store, you're probably going to be in here all the time, right? And Jay was. He loved being in here, and he especially loved his cowboy boots. His mom, Carolyn, said, you know, when you share the story, make sure people understand if he had sweatpants on, they were tucked into his boots. If he had shorts on, he was wearing his boots. That's just how much he loved his boots, right? Jay loved everything that Pinedale had to offer in the Wind Rivers here, and snow machining, horseback riding, and fly fishing, and he just loved being outside. In March of 2016, Jason was traveling a lot, one week specifically for work. He spoke to Jay on a Wednesday and again on a Friday, just kind of that surface level conversation. Sunday morning, Jason woke up to a few missed calls from his dad, Mike, and we called Mike back. He said, "Son, don't know how to tell you this, but Jay took his life last night." And for Jason, that was and still is the hardest day of his life. After that, we all came back to Pinedale. The service was at the Catholic church over here, and it was packed. It was actually standing room only. The doors were open, people were standing outside, and a couple things that Jason noticed that day that he said was beautiful is all walks of life were there. Catholics, atheists, Christians, it didn't matter. Jae had that ability to bring people together. And the second thing that Jason noticed is that without it being said, a majority of people had cowboy boots on. Just that love and respect of Jae's love for boots and the Being family. Jason made a promise that day to Jae that something good would come from this tragedy. This next part of the foundation's our favorite part. So today you're all going to get your Jae boots, all right? These boots are a reminder, a physical reminder of how much you're loved, you're valued, you're meant to be here, and you have people that absolutely love you and care about you. On those days that might be a little harder than others, put your Jae boots on, right? And go for a walk. But they're a platform for conversation. If you've never had a pair of cowboy boots, it's probably going to draw some attention. But if you do have some, these are going to be different, right? These are going to be your Jae boots. Sometimes the boot finds you. Sometimes it's process of elimination. But once you find that perfect pair, you're going to put them both on. Be bold enough to check in on others, but be bold enough to know also when your cup's a little empty and you need to take care of yourself. Jason said if Jae would have been honest in those last two conversations and said, I am not doing well and I'm having these thoughts, Jason would have dropped everything to go be with him. And I think we're all in that same boat where somebody reaches out, we're going to go. We're going without judgment. We haven't walked in their shoes, so we couldn't possibly understand what they're going through. So to just be able to go. Hopefully today you all feel the generosity of STOL and what you guys are being able to do, and Angela's hard work to make this happen. Jae was such a generous person that we want that legacy to continue. It's so important to us. The second ask is that if you ever find yourself in a space like Jae was in and you're not doing well, that you make a commitment to reach out for help. As of our meeting the other day, there's over 11,000 pairs now, national and international. So it's crazy to see what has happened. So I'm going to close this in prayer. Lord God, just thank you again for another opportunity to share Jae's story, but more importantly, to have a real conversation, that you can allow us to be a light where maybe there's darkness, or allow those of us that are in darkness to reach out to the light. I pray that you guide us, that these boots have a special power over them, and that they have a purpose. In Jesus' name, amen.
And so that was a truly amazing experience for Cam and I and the rest of the National STOL team to go spend some time and learn more about the Jae Foundation with Julie. We are in the middle of actually a hold right now as we reset the runway because we had a tailwind for most of that touring class. That's not the best thing in aviation, to have a tailwind pushing you down the runway when you try to land. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to shift the runway. They're finishing that up right now to be taking off and landing into the wind. And what we just heard from race control is that the touring class, that first heat, they're going to get one more bonus run to give them some headwind action to make sure it's fair among the heats. We are actually joined. You might notice there's someone else sitting next to us right now in the booth. We are here in Pinedale at Ralph Wentz Field, and I've got Chuck Bancroft here with us right now to talk a little bit more about where we are and the Wentz family.
Yeah, welcome everyone to the third annual Rocky Mountain STOL here at the Ralph Wentz Field. The seventh stop on the National STOL circuit takes place at the airfield named after local hero Sergeant Ralph Wentz. October 1948 is when they named the field after him. This airport serves as a reminder of his impact on aviation and the local community. Several members of the Wentz family are with us today and will have the privilege of presenting the Ralph Wentz People's Choice Award at the completion of the competition. The Wentz family has provided a generous gift basket that includes a cash prize. Ralph Wenz was born in Nebraska and was a pioneering aviator and businessman who played a significant role in developing aviation in Wyoming. Wenz is particularly noted for his work in improving access to remote regions and contributing to the economic development of the town of Pinedale and beyond. He and his wife homesteaded here in what we now know as Shelter Park. Ralph was a mountain man who enjoyed nature and loved children. His first job in Pinedale was working as a barber with his brother, Ray Wenz. He was a tinkerer who enjoyed working on snowplanes, and he learned to fly while living in Wyoming. The long, cold winters and isolation proved to be too much for his wife, so she returned to Nebraska. In her absence, Ralph caught a ship to Alaska to work as a transport pilot. Ralph's passion for aviation continued even as World War II broke out. He was past combat age when he enlisted, so he joined the U.S. Army Corps as an instructor and test pilot. He saved many lives by passing on his knowledge to young pilots. Sadly, Sergeant Ralph Wenz was killed in a crash while testing cold weather equipment in Alaska, December 21st, 1943. He was at the instruments in the tail of a C-47 when it went down. We are thrilled to present the second annual Ralph Wenz People Choice Award this afternoon. This award not only honors the remarkable legacy of Sergeant Ralph Wenz, but also celebrates the spirit of aviation excellence that he embodied. We invite everyone to participate by voting your Rocky Mountain STOL fan favorite. Get your phones out and go to National STOL Vote and cast your vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chuck, for that little lesson on the history of the field and history of the Wenz family. And again, like he said, go to nationalstol.com/vote. Nationalstol.com/vote. Vote for your favorite pilot. We've had some voting already yesterday as well. That will be presented at the end of the day today, at the end of the broadcast. We'll be doing that. So, again, big thank you to you for teaching us that and for bringing that to us. And a huge thank you to the Wenz family for all of their support and the great things they're doing for the pilots here in Pinedale. So thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We're
Thank
getting
you very
ready
much.
to kick things off in just a minute. We've got a couple aircraft hanging out there on the dirt. Looks like we got a Badlands Traveler out there right now, which that doesn't line up. We'll have to figure out what that's about in just a second. But what we do that, the other thing I want to do when we get ready is shout out to other people that make this experience so important for our pilots, so rewarding for them to travel all over the country competing. We've got some sponsors that actually offer prizes for the pilots, prize considerations for the pilots this year. That's Lift Aviation, Aero LED, Sarasota Avionics, iFly EFB, and we were talking about Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. They're throwing coffee in every time for the winners as well. So that, again, combined with the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award, we have a lot at stake for the pilots today, a lot that they're competing for, and we're really excited about it. The other thing we need to talk about when we sit in this kind of repositioning hold here at Ralph Wenz Field is the remaining season. And Cam, I don't know if you want to walk us through the next couple events coming up in 2024 for National STOL.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got Oregon Trail STOL September 5th through 6th in Ontario, Oregon. We've got Music City STOL in Gallatin, Tennessee, October 11th and 12th. And then finally, at the end of the season, we have Lone Star STOL, which will be our National STOL Finals, which will be Friday, November 1st. Well, actually, it'll be the 1st and the 2nd. Saturday will be the competition. Friday will be open to all pilots for a regular season event.
Yeah. And then the Saturday will be the finals of the entire season. So the top 5 points leaders in each class will be invited to compete for the final set of points to determine the annual champions. That's just three. It's just 3 events away.
Yeah.
We're so close to having it all decided. What's really cool about that, too, we just found out that Red Tag Art, one of our other sponsors this year, they're actually creating the trophies for the annual champions. And Red Tag Art, they're innovative and handcrafted art and home goods from red-tagged aircraft parts. So those are aircraft parts that are no longer viable for use. There's everything from bottle openers made of valve covers to turbine coffee tables, everything in between. You can actually check them out, redtagart.com. But I'm really excited to see what they come up with for the trophies for the annual champions in 2024.
Yeah. Kelsey is an amazing artist, and I actually have some of those valve covers. I have a valve cover key hanger in my hangar.
So here's Jamie Burgess now on that 4th kind of bonus run in the Alpha Heat. We're back to green flag here with the runway reset. Now we've got a little bit of a headwind on the nose. Don Mickey on the line.
Waiting for the okay from the air boss.
Air bosses are the controllers actually standing just above us on this broadcast trailer that keep everyone safe and separated in the sky.
And Don Mickey giving us the beans.
Taking a bigger bite that time for Don Mickey off. Look at that. Look at what the difference a headwind can make.
Yeah.
Off sub 300 feet for Don Mickey. So that runway switch, totally worth it. We do have a little more wind on these flags as well.
Yeah. 292 on that takeoff. And it looks like we're repositioning our 2 airborne pilots in the pattern. I'm not sure if Katie Waito and Dan are going to come out for our bonus round.
Yeah, I was wondering that. Katie and Dan obviously would be eligible to take that extra run into the headwind, but don't see them on the race course. So right now in the sky, you've got Jamie Burgess
And
turning
Don
into turning base leg in the traffic pattern. Don Mickey there on downwind, right downwind. And then after that, we're going to kick things off with the second heat of touring class, where you're going to see some grudge matches.
Oh yeah,
honestly, you're going to see Brandon Korn, John McCardle duke it out against Kyle Bushman. It's going to be a big one.
Literally. Our touring class is our heaviest class of aircraft. So
yeah, it's all the biggest airplanes and things. You know, you think about the conditions today, you have in this touring class, you have the heaviest airplanes in the lowest wind conditions at the highest altitude we've been all season, and they are putting on an absolute show for us. Here is Jamie now coming in to your right.
Beautiful
Holding it off.
approach.
Oh, and a scratch for Jamie Burgess.
This is not going to count. Yeah.
Hear that gravel just getting dug up by those tires.
Yeah, he's making some dirt, crushing some rocks.
Don Mickey now getting ready to come around the pattern. He should be, on final approach there. Race control just let us know that they did offer Katie and Dan the opportunity to come do one run, but they decided to keep it in the pits. They didn't want to come back out and fly. So that's okay. Here's Don Mickey now. Using that wind now on the nose. It's not a lot, but every knot of wind over the nose helps. You can see how much slower the approach speeds are compared to the ground. And he's going to hold it off. Hold it off. Good over the line for Don Mickey. Heavy on the brakes. The tail starts to come up, but he's modulating the brakes, keeping that tail down. Stopped almost exactly at 300 feet. We got a great spot now, Cam. We're like right lined up.
We can call out these numbers.
Don Mickey's takeoff was 292 feet. We'll see what the landing distance comes in officially. I'm guessing it was around 300, so we should be right around 600 feet. That's a 300-foot improvement.
All right.
Just switching the runway around. So you can see why that's so important for us to do here at competition, to try to keep things as fair as possible. Part of it is you're just dealing with the conditions you're given, but you got to flip-flop the runway. And actually, Chuck Bancroft, who was just with us a little bit, how many times did he say they switched the runway 2 days ago in Jackson?
Was it 5?
I thought it was like 19 or something. It was a big number.
It was a big number. I mean, yeah. And we flew into Jackson Hole, so I don't think we were lucky enough not to have to deal with that. We both had pretty easy landings coming into the airport.
It was not a bad place. Beautiful airport there in Jackson, and I guess Chuck works there as part of the team there, so thank you to them for their hospitality. As we gear up for the next heat of touring class, by the way, Don Mickey still holding first place, but now to 594.
All right.
So what a difference a little wind can make. We are getting ready for the second heat of touring class. The other thing I wanted to mention about the season, right? So we talked about Oregon Trail. We talked about Music City STOL and Lone Star STOL.
Yep.
But we're actually not that far off from the 2025 season.
Oh, I'm excited.
And so planning for that season is in progress right now. Go to nationalstol.com to keep up to date on all of the happenings for 2025.
Yeah. Make your plans now. Find the nearest available National STOL competition near you and show up. Come out. Volunteer. We can always do with more volunteers. More people, more better. Come meet some of the pilots. Come meet us. You know, we're fun to talk to sometimes. The pilots are extremely fun to talk to, and there's not a bad one in the bunch, right?
Absolutely.
Like, everybody's approachable, and
it's a great group of people. Speaking of a great group of people, we've got the drone up in the air right now, and we're seeing this great crowd here in Pinedale, Wyoming. If you're in the bleachers, wave at that drone right now. You guys are the best coming out to watch some STOL action up here in the mountains. And I don't know if I've ever seen any more cowboy hats than that in a National STOL event.
I don't think so. Not even at Music City.
Not even at Music City. Let's introduce the next bit of pilots coming up for you in this next heat. First up, from Gauss, Texas, in a 1963 Cessna 205, race number 30, it's Brandon Korn. That's a 260 horsepower aircraft, 29-inch main gear.
You might notice that tail skid on a nose wheel aircraft. We might see if he's going to use that skid today.
He used it yesterday during practice. Next up, and we got to hear it nice and loud, from Pinedale, Wyoming, race 307 in a 1964 Cessna 182. Everyone give it up for John Douglas. And into red and white aircraft from Omaha, Nebraska. It's a 1978 Mall M5, race number 10. Give it up for John McCardle. And we said the airplanes in this class are big. Look at this beast texting up to the line. From Mora, Minnesota, race 260. It's a 2009 Murphy Super Rebel piloted by none other than Luke Strandland. And if that one isn't big enough, check out this one from Eugene, Oregon. Race number 77. It's the 2024 Backcountry Super Cub known as the Boss. It's got 4 seats in that thing. Everyone give it up for the master craftsman, Kyle Bushman. And we have been in absolute awe of that aircraft. It's got 330 horsepower, leading-edge slats, oversized slotted flaps, Potter-style landing gear. It's got 4 passengers, and it's got a gross weight cam of 3,600 pounds. It's like a car, like a carry. It's just a big airplane. Corey Robin, one of our other co-hosts, talks a lot about the airplane looks like it's just shoveling the air out of the way as it flies, and you're going to see that in just a few minutes, folks. So this is where things get interesting in the touring class. You got Don Mickey putting down some good scores.
Yep. In the Cessna.
But Brandon Korn, John McCardle in particular, have been fighting it out all season, and Kyle Bushman just kind of showed up once the plane was done. He's like, hey, guys.
I'm here.
Sorry about it. So Brandon Korn did struggle a little bit yesterday during practice with the altitude. Had some sporty landings, but got it dialed in by the end.
And he's giving us the beans. We'll see that elevator start working and see if he's going to use that tail skid.
Just a
nice little kiss.
Yeah, kiss of the dirt. Top of the morning to you, dirt, from Brandon Korn. Now from Pinedale, Wyoming, check it out. It's John Douglas. Got that aircraft all ready last night to fly at Cessna 182.
Yeah, I like his wingtips. It looks like he's probably got a STOL kit on that aircraft with the drooping wingtips.
The Madras Super Tips.
Okay, nice.
And he's taking a bite off a little bit longer than Brandon Korn, but look at how short those takeoffs are right now. Again, John Douglas, one of the hosts of Rocky Mountain STOL, says here he wants to thank his amazing and supportive wife, his 3 daughters, 2 sons-in-law, 2 sons, 2 daughters-in-law, 5 grandkids, with another on the way. What a big, beautiful family they are. And it says the STOL family feels like a second family. The STOL community does. So
absolutely.
Here is John McCardle in the mall from Omaha, Nebraska. This aircraft has a oh, he's going for it. Getting that tail up super high and off right around 225 to 250. Judges are disagreeing a little bit about it, going to chat it out. That aircraft, John reminded me this morning, he's got a little bit of advantage right now. He's got a normalizing turbo on the engine, which helps at the altitudes that we're at. Turbocharging that engine, giving it a little more go juice. Here is Luke Strandlin
in the Murphy Super Rebel.
Well timed for Luke on that one. That is a beast. That airplane is big.
It's got a very throaty, good sound to it as well.
It does. Kyle Bushman on the line now. Check out, since I guess the story of today is the flaps.
Yes.
Watch what he does with the flaps on this thing. They are 3/4 of the wing.
And significant in size as well, front to back.
A long cord.
Yes.
Long flap cord, as they would say. Look at him getting that tail up already. All 330 horsepower working for it. Oh, there we go.
Yes. So we're looking at probably 227. Or
I'm seeing it.
No.
Yeah, I think it was where they're right now, a little bit sub 225 there. And now remember, right, if you don't have a turbo, your horsepower is reduced. So he's not making all 330 horsepower up here, but he's got a bigger bank to work with.
Right.
Versus John McCardle with that normalizing turbo is getting, don't quote me on this, I think most or all of the horsepower comparatively. So that's going to be a big difference. But like we said, you can't turbo your wings. So the great equalizer is going to happen on the landing. And here's Brandon Korn doing just that. so dialed in compared to yesterday. He put in the work yesterday, got it figured out with the altitude, and he is just sliding to a stop. Excellent first gauntlet thrown by Brandon Korn.
Such a large aircraft. Like, I've been here for 3 years, and I'm still in awe when I see him command that aircraft as well as he does.
Yeah, Brandon Korn knows how to fly it, and he's not afraid to fly it. Like, fly it hard, use it hard for what it was designed for.
Absolutely.
Brandon Korn's combined score is 635, currently putting him in second place. Don Milkey still holding his own with 594, but it's anyone's match still. Here's John Douglas.
Giving it a little power to prevent a scratch. And he's got his brakes, his wheels locked up, skidding across the ground. And sub 300 on that landing. I'm going to say 288.
Let's see if you're right. So we had a 380-foot takeoff. 292 coming in for John Douglas.
All right.
Putting him in third place with 672. And you got to think about between Brandon Korn and John Douglas, they're both huge airplanes.
Yep.
But if you look at them right now, folks, kind of side to side,
They look.
Brandon Korn's got a bigger plane. It is significant. I mean, the 182 is already a big plane.
Yep.
The 205 is like you took that and blew it up with a straw or like a balloon a little bit. John McCardle hanging it out. Ooh, Lexi says she is not sure if it was a scratch or not. We're going to have to go back to the tape under review by Race Control. But if it's good, that's a sub 200 landing. Here we go. Let's watch the replay. Oh,
looks like a scratch.
I think it looks like a scratch. We saw some dust kicked up over the line. Yep, after review, judges in the booth calling that one a scratch.
All right.
But now, look what John McCardle is capable of. Look at how short he landed. He was only down like a foot or two short.
Yep.
So if I'm the other guys, even though it was a scratch, I'm maybe shaking in my boots a little bit. Here comes Luke Strandland.
The Murphy Super Rebel, it looks like it's floating. Like if Kyle Buschmann's aircraft is shoveling the air out of the way, Luke is just making the aircraft just kind of not hover, but have a good time, hang back, be on the backside of the beat, if we will.
Sub 275 for Luke Strandland. He's given a little bit of dust for Kyle Buschmann to navigate through. And that one was also under review by Race Control and was called good.
All right.
So Luke Strandland on the board, currently in fourth place with 676. Look how tight things are getting right now. Don Mickey still holding first. Brandon Korn in second. John Douglas in third. John McCardle with the scratch, not on the board yet. And here comes Kyle Buschmann in the boss. And we've been talking about flaps. Look at how much of the wing is hanging down. There's a lot of flap on that plane.
There's a lot of flap.
And look at how slow Kyle Buschmann has that giant airplane flying right now. Katrina in the chat saying those big old birds are so impressive.
Absolutely.
Good over the line for Kyle
yes.
Buschmann. And look at how short that is.
Sub 150.
Oh, he's pumping his fist in the cockpit. He's like, yes! Yes!
Let's go.
Kyle Buschmann.
The master craftsman.
217 feet for the takeoff and a landing distance of 143 feet, folks. He's now in first place with a combined score of 360 feet at a density altitude of well over 8,000 feet today. Oh, Pinedale. What you doing to me, Pinedale?
Yeah.
The heavies taxing out again for another run. We've got two more runs for this final heat, and that will decide who your touring class champions for Rocky Mountain STOL 2024 are. Brandon Korn, the pressure is on. Currently on the podium.
You know, if you ever talk to Brandon, like, he's cool as a cucumber. I know he's sitting there. I know he's extremely competitive, but right now he's not making that his focus. He's flying the airplane, which everybody else is, but specifically with Brandon, like, you would figure that he's just biting at, at the bit to get with John, and he's just really chill about it. And he's a great sportsman.
Oh, come on. Oh, settling back down for Brandon Korn. Just couldn't keep it off the ground. And you see the line judges pointing further and further down the runway. So you have to measure where the wheels left the ground last. John Douglas. You owe me a Coke now.
John Douglas coming up to the line. We'll hear him spool up. And he released the brakes. You can see his tail. You can see his rudder dancing right now. He's just keeping it straight down the runway. And as that rudder comes up,
nice pull for John Douglas. The airplane just leapt off the ground somewhere between 300 and 325 feet.
John McCardle coming up.
John Douglas currently in fourth place. That takeoff, 312 feet. Brandon Korn's, by the way, 440 feet. His first one was 280, so a big decrease for Brandon Korn. Here's John McCardle now.
You can see the Super Rebel just getting beat up by his prop blast.
And a nice one for McCardle, right around 224 feet. That's well shorter, but again, he scratched that last round, so he's got to get on the board this time. Luke Strandland waiting in the wings. Here's Luke Strandland now. Watch the flaps. Dropping him down a little bit, pulling back, and he is off nice and short as well.
It came down really nice and easy. Like, I would figure he'd have mechanical flaps and not electric flaps. They kind of look like they might be electric, as slow as they were coming down.
Preference by STOL pilots, of course, is to have the manual flaps because you can get them in faster and remove them faster.
Yeah.
Brandon Korn has electric flaps, and you'll notice he has them preset at takeoff. He can't use that kind of pop the way the other pilots
with the Johnson bar, right?
Correct. Kyle Buschman on the roll. Oh, man.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a battle on our hands, and it's just the first class of Rocky Mountain STOL. Kyle Buschman currently in first place with a combined score of 360. That takeoff coming up on the scoreboard in just a moment. 217. That's the same. He's got it dialed in now. The last two takeoffs for Kyle Buschman, 217. And that is the shortest takeoff of the competition thus far.
Brandon Korn coming in on short final. Very nice stabilized approach. He has a very good headwind right now, so that's adding to it. It's not fighting the controls, trying to keep it centered. And he's going to be over the line. Giving up about 100 feet, but having those brakes locked up.
Whoo, doggy. Brandon Korn. He's not going to be super happy with that run, right? A 440-foot takeoff. He kept settling back down, couldn't find that balance between keeping the nose down and keeping the wheels off the ground, that kind of dance and the ground effect there. He can do a lot better. That was 818 combined for Brandon Korn. His best still 635, holding on the podium at third, but John McCardle's coming for him. John Douglas now currently in fourth place with a 312-foot takeoff.
can see his flaps down. He's holding it off. And that's a scratch for John Douglas.
Blue flag from Lexi on the line means a scratch. And that was, despite that, like a pretty short landing. So a scratch for John Douglas means he's going to have to hold on to fourth. Here comes John McCardle now, low and to your right in that mall.
I always like watching him come from base to final. He's got nose low, like wings down, like it looks very aggressive.
Settling down into the pocket now. Into ground effect, getting that nose up, big angle attack.
All right.
Good over the line for John McCardle. Now he's got to get it stopped. Balancing it on those main wheels. Get it down, John. Get it stopped. Sub 275. We may be around 250. And John has been someone who has been steadily improving. Watching the replay now, yeah, very good over the line. Just a few feet beyond it. Exactly what we want to see. Luke Strandland hanging it out on short final now. And we have a place change now. John McCardle now in second place. Don Mickey holding on to third, and Brandon Korn off the podium now in fourth. Here's Luke Strandland.
Good over the line. Flaps coming up. It's coming to a stop. And it's looking about the same number as John McCardle on his landing. We're seeing the score come up now. 268, so 1 foot further than John McCardle's landing.
And that is going to pop Luke Strandland into third place.
Oh, wow.
So things are shifting around a lot right now. Kyle Bushman first place, John McCardle in second, Luke Strandland up into third, pushing Don Mickey into fourth, and Brandon Korn into fifth. And that is a place he is not used to be.
Oh, he's not going to be happy. Kyle Bushman coming in, short final, flaps down, low and slow.
Just hovering in, and if I didn't know better, I'd say we were at any of the national STOL competitions. The density altitude was the story of the day yesterday. Not as much today. Look at this, floating in,
right.
Barely even working for it. That was incredible. That's a round of applause for sure, folks.
All right, yeah, sub 150. I mean, barely over 125. So we'll see what that comes in. And see how consistent he's going to be. Is it going to be near 143? We're going to see the exact same number as his last landing.
Watching the replay now, double checking the call on the line.
128.
Okay, so Kyle Bushman in a 3,600-pound gross weight airplane at 7,000 feet field elevation just landed in 128 feet. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I don't even know. Like, it's just the touring. It's that I don't want to say it that way, that it's just the touring class, but it's only, like, we're only seeing the touring class so far today.
These are the heavy aircraft.
These are the big ones. I don't know what to do about this.
I just don't understand right now.
Brandon Korn, it's all coming up to this run for him.
Yeah, he's got this last time to make up a very competitive number.
Got to get a short takeoff and landing in the books here for Brandon Korn. He's got that elevator pushed all the way down. He's going to grab as much as he can, yanking it back. And
just a little early on the pull.
Same thing happening where he's settling back down onto the runway. Brandon definitely feeling the altitude, compared to Texas. And he's in one of the heaviest airplanes too, right? So he's just working against him both ways. Here's John Douglas, currently in 6th place.
The hometown hero.
Going to get that aircraft up to speed.
Yep.
And what
Elevator's coming up.
I don't know if you noticed this, but that right main was just already flying. Like the right wing was already flying. A little bit of a crosswind from the right for our pilots now. Look at how John McCardle's shifted himself over to his left side of the runway, trying to get as much of the wind on the nose as he can, because we see, looking at the flags now, it's shifted more into a little bit of a crosswind.
Kind of reminds you of, like his positioning kind of reminds you of, like in NASCAR, the car in front has all the clean air, you know? So the positioning of his aircraft right now into the wind, but also to the left side of the line, he's offset from where John Douglas was. So it's not necessarily clean air because we've got wind on the nose. Oh my goodness. But it is a similar.
224 was the shortest for John McCardle. I don't believe that one was shorter. We'll see what the judges say. Luke Strandon on the line. Yeah, that's a good point, right? We've got wake turbulence, wing vortices, all those things are also in play. And they're more in play
with the heavier
lighter wind.
Okay, yep.
Luke Strandlin pulling back on the stick. I just mean that if you have like wake turbulence from a jet or something, if it's calmer wind, it hangs around longer.
Yep.
We've got a little bit more wind on the nose right now. Let me take a look at the weather, actually. Right now, winds 140 at 7, although that was 47 minutes ago here at the field. I feel like we're going a little bit hotter than 7 knots.
Just a little bit. The earth is waking up.
Kyle Bushman giving it all the ponies. Flaps and down. The tail goes, and he is leaping off. I kind of want to see a third 217, but we may have been shorter than that.
Getting the numbers in right now.
Waiting with.
Okay, I don't even want to say it.
You can say it. No, you can say it.
178.
178 feet, folks, for Kyle Bushman in that massive backcountry Super Cub. Oh, man. Okay, so let's look at where we're coming into with the landings now as Brandon Korn comes in on final approach. He is currently in 5th place. John Douglas behind him in 6th. John McCardle up into 2nd. Luke Strandlin in 3rd. And Kyle Bushman in 1st place. These landings will decide it all. Here comes Brandon Korn.
A little high. Oh, but he's going to finesse it.
Working it.
Oh,
working
yeah.
it, Brandon. I mean, look at, he literally slid that entire hundreds of feet. Slid hundreds of feet on locked wheels. 382 was Brandon's takeoff that run. His best 280, 100 feet shorter.
Yeah.
His first run with 322. That's going to give him 704. So his 5th place score of 635 is going to hold. John Douglas with 368 on this takeoff. Not his best either. His best was 312, but was paired with a scratch.
It's interesting to see the different approaches that all the pilots have. You know, Brandon was a little bit higher than John right now. Oh, and that's a scratch.
John Douglas, it's the 2nd scratch in a row for him.
But we still want to measure for our consistency award. But Brandon was just a little bit higher than John Douglas in his last approach. Similarly sized aircraft, but just a different approach. Brandon coming in and lawn darting it, as we've been using as a term, into the ground, dissipating that energy directly into the ground as much as possible. And John John bringing it in slightly, he scratched, but he was bringing in low and slow as opposed to what Brandon was doing.
Oh, and a scratch for John McCardle on that one. You saw him balloon up a little bit. Have to work to get the plane settled back down. Let's watch the replay right now. It's under review with the judges, just in case. Little wobbly on the roll, and yes, definitely a scratch, kicking up all that gravel and dirt over the line. So he's going to hang on to his second place, barring anything fantastic from Luke Strandland on this run. But frankly, there's a fair amount of distance for Luke to have to catch up to John McCardle. And what a great view right now. You've got Luke Strandland coming in on short final while the boss, piloted by Kyle Bushman, turns base to final. Luke higher up now this time. Settling it down. You're working that throttle. Good over the line for Luke. Can he get it stopped short enough? Having to give it a little throttle to keep the tail down.
Yeah.
Sub 275. So Luke's 576, I believe. Yep, that will be his best, holding for third. So now it's just a formality for Kyle Bushman. But we could see an incredible score here, further solidifying his lead in first. Best score so far, 345. But this takeoff, like around 30 feet shorter than the previous two.
Safe to say he's got it dialed in. As we watch him come in. That aircraft just looks gorgeous from this angle. I mean, the sunlight is just hitting it the right way right now.
Oh, hold it off, Kyle. Hold it off. Hold it off.
Wow, no, yes.
Good over the line for Kyle Bushman.
Yeah.
Oh, with another incredibly short landing.
Man, it's looking like 140.
Got some dust in the booth here from that. Watch how the tail wheel was just flirting with the ground, that the tail wheel can touch before the line. It did, but look at this. Just an inch or two above the line. Textbook for Kyle Bushman.
A master
So that
class.
is going to wrap up the touring class here in Pinedale, Wyoming. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the podium presentation for the touring class.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
Genuine Aircraft Hardware Company has been holding aviation together since 1984. Nuts, bolts, screws, washers, and other fasteners fill our Billing, Montana warehouse. We also have items like tubing, hinge, gang channel, and much more. Instead of supporting the bigger guys, consider shopping small and supporting an old-fashioned small family business. Our toll-free number is 888-247-2738, and our email address is sales@genhardware.com. We look forward to helping you keep your plane in the sky where it belongs.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet. The other day, the cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
And we are back here in Pinedale, Wyoming, and I finally get to see all of you in front of us. What's up, Pinedale? You guys look great with the mountains behind you. What a beautiful place we are right now. How about that touring class behind me? Nice, right? That was some really amazing flying. You want to hear how it ended up? Do you want to hear how it ended up? They already know. They were listening to the broadcast. All right, let's come on over here. In third place, with a combined score of 576 feet, Luke Strandlin. By the way, I don't know if I've ever had a touring class where everyone was swapping places every run. With a combined score of 491 feet, give it up for John McCardle. He already has his shirt off. It didn't take long. And in first place, with a combined score of 321 feet, everyone give it up, Pinedale, for Kyle Bushman. Kyle, I think this is the second time we're having this conversation. Any changes to the aircraft since the last time we talked?
Nope, exactly the same. We're a little bit higher, but you got to remember, all airplanes are airplanes. Fly it like an airplane, and the mountains are at sea level. They're all the same.
That's really good advice, actually. If any student pilots in the crowd, take that. An airplane's an airplane. Fly it. All right, get up there, Kyle. Congratulations. We're going to take a quick shot. Now it's time to have a little fun, time to celebrate a little bit for the touring class. Everyone give it up again for your touring class podium. Oh, they're going for it. Excellent, excellent job, everybody. We will be back with more STOL action right after this.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
Genuine Aircraft Hardware Company has been holding aviation together since 1984. Nuts, bolts, screws, washers, and other fasteners fill our Billing, Montana warehouse. We also have items like tubing, hinge, gang channel, and much more. Instead of supporting the bigger guys, consider shopping small and supporting an old-fashioned small family business. Our toll-free number is 888-247-2738, and our email address is sales@genhardware.com. We look forward to helping you keep your plane in the sky where it belongs.
And man, what an amazing touring class that was. We're getting the aircraft cleared from our podium presentation here in Pinedale, Wyoming. If you're just joining us online, oh man, it is already heating up competition-wise here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2024. My name is Ryan Dombrowski. I'm so honored to be here with all of you, joined on the mic with Cam Walton, who will be with me in the booth again in just a second. That was the touring class. Now it's time for the rookie class. So, rookie class is up next, but first, let's get you the full results for that touring class. Kyle Bushman with an incredible 321 feet combined, holding his first place. John McCardle, second place with 491 feet. Luke Strandland, 576. Don Mickey, so close, but so far off the podium in fourth place with 594 feet. Brandon Korn holding fifth with 635. John Douglas, sixth place, 672. Katie Wado in the Clipper, 1,080 feet. Jamie Burgess, 1,100 feet. And Dan Williams in ninth place with 1,650 feet combined. Again, those were the heavies competing here in Rocky Mountain STOL. Now, the rookie class. These are the newcomers to the circuit. Jim Kasich in a 1964 Cessna 206. James Johnson in a 2023 Rans S7. And Doug Tolbert in a 1995 Kit Fox 4. Now, one thing with the rookie class you'll see is that the aircraft are not matched as perfectly in classes compared to the other classes. And the reason why we do this is we want to give the rookies a chance to have a low stress environment, come out, not compete in a class, but just compete as newcomers. They're also all mentored by pilots in the circuit in their classes. So let's go check out a little bit more. Let's learn a little bit more about the rookie class, and we'll be back while we water the field right after this.
This is the first national STOL event. I vowed I would never compete. I'm like, it's not for me. And I still say I'm not competing. I'm in the rookie class, just the most laid back class. There's no regulation on what kind of plane you have or anything else. It's just kind of the newer people that are just kind of getting into it as an introductory lesson.
I'm Rod Hewitt. This is my dad, Steve Hewitt, world's greatest pilot, CFI II. Take note of this thing. This is the winning plane here.
If I finish the day, I'll be happy. So, you know, if I finish last, it's a win.
My aircraft is a 1955 Cessna 170B. Some of the modifications that I've done to it, I put the Continental IO 370, 195 horsepower engine with an 83-inch Hartzell constant speed propeller. put titanium landing gear on.
As a rookie, you get out there and it's like you see all these people and then everything changes, you know. It's kind of wild.
And you talked a little bit earlier about the performance modifications. You're not looking to make this thing a hot rod, right?
Oh, no, it's a PA11. There's nothing hot rod about it.
Pat McIntyre, I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm in the rookie class. This is my first time competing at one of these events. I've attended many of them, but first time being a participant. It's wonderful.
It was a good run. The landings were so-so.
Oh, with a scratch.
So just go out there and, energy power management, that kind of stuff, figure out where the line is, find out what the wind's doing. Yep, just go out and have a good, safe day.
So if you're on the fence about this and think, I can't do this, this is for pros, you're wrong. If you've got an airplane and you've got a little bit of skill, this place is for you. It's a home.
And welcome back to Rocky Mountain STOL. We're about to start with the, what class do we have?
The
coming
rookie
up?
class
All right,
coming
we've got
up.
the rookie class coming up. We've got a great weather. I mean, couldn't ask for better weather. We've got winds down the runway. We are at 6 knots out of the 150. 10 miles visibility, of course. It's beautiful out here. Temperatures of 72 degrees and altimeter setting of 3031 with a density altitude of 9,138 feet. So the planes think that we're high, right?
Yeah, the planes think we're very high, but Kyle Bushman said just fly it. A plane's an airplane and air's the air. Just fly it like you fly it. Check out that crowd here in Pinedale, Wyoming. You guys are a great crowd, and I just want a round of applause for all of you in the crowd here in Pinedale. You're the best. Give yourselves a round of applause. Don't forget, hey, it's silly, but I got to say it. Don't forget to do some sunscreen action. Don't forget to stay hydrated when you're out in the sun all day today. And yeah, don't forget to visit all the great vendors and merch booths and things like that. Go visit the Jae Foundation. Learn about that. It's going to be a great long day. We've only just scratched the surface of what you're going to see. And like we said, the rookie class is coming up here next. And so we're just finishing, putting a little water down on the race course. And it's funny because it looks like, you're like, oh, did they put a little too much water on? No, it's going to be dry in like
2 seconds.
No time. So we're going to kick off the rookie class. Again, these are the pilots. It's their first time. They need, you in the crowd, they need all your love because they're doing something amazing. They're being brave enough to come out and do this for the first time on a national level, on the national stage here in Pinedale, Wyoming. So be really supportive of them. You're going to see some great flying. Once you win the rookie class, and you've seen pilots, for instance, Pat McIntyre was a rookie last year.
Yep.
Now he is a force to be reckoned with in the sport class. So you could see next season's or even the rest of this season's competitors really, just beginning to drop the gauntlet of their own career today. Kind of a cool thing to see. The STOL heroes of tomorrow are the rookies of today.
I like that.
So we are going to get them all lined up for you. Here is our first rookie competitor from Boulder, Colorado in race 552. It's a 1964 Cessna 206. Give it up for Jim Kasich. Next up, another Colorado boy from Byers, Colorado in race 289. It's a 2023 Rans S7S Courier. Give it up for James Johnson. And Cam, folks are going to see that aircraft fly
multiple times today, huh?
Yeah, fly a little bit later today.
Yeah.
With a very famous STOL pilot at the controls.
Oh, we got smoke.
A little smoke action. He's trying to get the drone to stop following him. Okay. Next up, in the Kit Fox from Idaho Falls, Idaho. It's actually a 1995 Kit Fox 4 Classic, race 96. It's Doug Tolbert. And Doug put in a lot of practice yesterday. We watched him really put in some work. I think you and I were coaching a little bit from the sidelines.
A little bit. He was really ringing out that the Kit Fox, getting in plenty of runs. I feel to make himself a little bit more competitive than what he was coming into the competition. So we're going to see some great action here from our new pilots, or not new pilots, but rookie class pilots.
One thing that happens in the rookie class is we have the heat order, right? You might be wondering, why are they ordered the way they are? Why is the 206 up front, followed by the Rands, followed by the Kit Fox? And it has to do with aircraft cruise speed. You don't want aircraft bunching up in the pattern during a STOL competition. That's where things get dangerous. So what we do is we put the fastest airplane first, and that would be the 206, followed by the S7, followed by the Kit Fox, so that when they're in the pattern, they're never having to enter slow flight to avoid the aircraft in front of them. Here comes Jim Kasich now in the 206. Oh, a little bit of mud action.
Little water.
Again, that's another one of those heavies. And it's going to take him some effort to get it off, but he is off and running. Jim Kasich, actually the author of Wilderness Survival, First Aid and Survival in Backcountry Aviation.
Okay.
Go check that book out. Started flying in 2020 and enjoys flying from Colorado to the Idaho backcountry. Now, James Johnson, farmer from eastern Colorado, flying for 20 years. Rotax 912, 100 horsepower, giving it the beans. Tail up.
And all right, yeah.
Off nice and short for James Johnson.
Sub 225 is what we're seeing right now, or just actually it's been corrected a little bit over 225.
Doug Tolbert in the Kit Fox 4. Started flying 12 years ago. Actually, by trade, is a custom RV builder, but not Vans aircraft, like actual recreational vehicle builder. He's designed and built 80-plus custom motorhomes. This aircraft, Rotax 912 with the Hal Stockman Big Bore.
And got the tail coming up. All right. Speaking of Hal Stockman, he is measuring right now. Got a little discrepancy with the judges, but we'll get that.
Talking about where those main wheels left the ground as Jim Kasich is on base leg. You know, the rookie class is all about safety. And as the circuit continues to expand, so does the emphasis on safety. And so this rookie class is part of that. We're also going to talk a little bit about some other changes to the series. One was mandatory helmets in the cockpit for all competitors as of this season. And that leads me to talk about one of our sponsors, FlightHelmet.com. FlightHelmet.com is a company that specializes in sales and service of flight helmets. They also have comms equipment, flight clothing, safety and survival equipment. Full-service independent helmet company that makes and models all types of helmets. They even do customization with paint, graphics. You can save $50 using code NSTOL50. That's NSTOL50 over at FlightHelmet.com. Here's Jim Kasich now.
Oh, beautiful approach. Right over the line. It's getting it started. We can hear him tearing up some gravel.
So Jim's takeoff was 500 feet.
We'll see what the judges say for his landing. While James is on base to final-ish. He's facing us.
Kind of coming around the bend there for James Johnson. And we've got Doug Tolbert in the Kit Fox on a healthily separated downwind leg. The other folks that help us keep things going here at National STOL are the folks at Ladd Gardner Insurance. They've been a partner of National STOL since the beginning, providing excellent customer service and coverage. Check them out, Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. Ladd Gardner is aviation protected. Big thanks to them for all their support over the years, keeping National STOL covered and safe. Here is James Johnson now in the S7.
It's good over the line, a little bounce. You see him dump the flaps.
And when we say dump the flaps, he's removing them. He's
right.
Pulling them back. It's the opposite of what the word sounds like. He's getting rid of them so that they're not creating any more lift. He can get all the weight on those main wheels. And Doug Tolbert round the bend now in that Kit Fox. Yesterday in practice was coming in kind of hot, and I wonder a little bit if it was the same function as we saw with Katie Wado, right? You've got these shorter wing aircraft coming in a little hotter at this higher altitude. Again, the airplane is flying the same way it thinks, but the air is a little bit thinner, so the apparent speed over the ground is a little faster up at these altitudes.
Airspeed is your friend in this case.
James Johnson, 232-foot takeoff and a 268-foot landing.
All right.
For a combined score of 500 feet on the nose.
And scratch.
Scratch for Doug Tolbert. The other thing that's kind of fun to talk about with this rookie class right now is we've got kind of three totally different approaches to like backcountry aviation. You've got the 206. We saw Brandon Korn flying a 205, basically the same aircraft. That's like something that you know, if you get your pilot certificate, you might level up to a 205 or a 206 to do some big cross country, flying to the backcountry. The Rans S7, a super affordable aircraft. You can build it at home, buy a kit and build it, or buy one that someone else has built. Very affordable and attainable aircraft. And then if you take that concept a little further, you know, the Kit Fox 4, the Kit Fox Model 4, definitely another like affordable, accessible place. Little different control configuration, right? The flaperons on there versus flaps and ailerons separately. Race control in my ear letting me know that Doug Tolbert's landing was called good. It was not a scratch, but he still had over 1,000-foot landing. Here's Jim Kasich now on the roll in the 206.
Bringing the elevator back, tail coming down, nose coming up. We'll see what his score is shortly.
First takeoff for Jim Kasich, 500 feet. This one a little bit longer.
550.
James Johnson ready to go in that basically brand new Rans S7.
Love that shot from above. You can see he's wagging his tail at you. Keeping that directional control down the runway. I didn't quite see that number, but I'm okay, it is better. So I was hoping that he's getting it dialed in. So last takeoff was 232, current takeoff 222.
Doug Tolbert on the line in the Kit Fox 4. again from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Last takeoff really good, 276, but that landing was long, over 1,000 feet, and it was not a scratch. Again, if you missed that, race control confirming that it was actually good. It must have been really close on the line there. Here's Doug Tolbert's takeoff roll, full throttle, getting that tail up and floating it off.
Yeah, are we looking at a sub 225 takeoff?
So James Johnson with 222 feet. Let's see what Doug Tolbert did.
218.
Woo! Okay, we've got a little bit of a fight on our hands on the takeoffs. Doug Tolbert could take this if he can get it stopped.
Yeah.
We can get it stopped and reined in a little bit there. It's not, I feel bad saying this, but it's not totally fair for Jim to be competing against an S7 and a Kit Fox. It's just kind of how the rookie class works. But, yeah, it's going to be a good one to see here. If we can get Doug Tolbert to slow down a little bit, get on those brakes, get it stopped a little bit more, that'll help him be competitive. Right now, James Johnson with a healthy lead for the rookie class. Although, let's say, now that I said that, Jim Kasich's going to land in like 50 feet or something. And here he is on final approach, a little bit higher approach now. Very stable.
Yeah. Looking very similar to Braden Korn right now.
You got to believe Jim was taking notes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right. It's going to be over the line. It's got those brakes, those wheels locked up.
Gave up a fair amount of footage from the line.
Yeah.
That time for Jim. Watching the replay right now. Well, I mean, it's only shadow over the line. He was definitely high over the line. So that one is good for sure. Here comes James Johnson, kind of floating it in for us. Got to wonder what the winds aloft are starting to do, right? We've seen the air speeds, or I guess I should say the ground speeds, decrease.
Yeah.
And again, you're going to see this aircraft fly again in the unlimited class, piloted by Hal Stockman, who's working on a new aircraft that is supposedly going to be ready in Oregon.
All right, I can't wait.
We may see it on the circuit. That's a man that can build an airplane in like 3 months. Here's James Johnson now.
Beautiful. Nice. Gave up about 75 feet from the parallax hitting, destroying me right now. But nice stop.
Right around the 250-foot mark for James Johnson. If that holds, 249. So a nice improvement for him. So now the question is Doug Tolbert. Can he get it stopped a little bit tighter than he did on the last round? And I don't believe he just let it roll out on that last landing. I kind of missed how it ended there for him, but I think that yesterday during practice he was definitely needed to control the energy a little bit more to get those shorter distances. And obviously you don't want anyone to push it too far. You don't want to do anything new today.
Right.
You want to just keep doing what you're doing and keep dialing in and become proficient.
Yeah, we want to be safe.
Not looking for any aggression from Doug Tolbert.
Giving us a nice little slip.
Yeah,
here.
there you go. A little slip action.
Probably going to give it a little power. Or maybe not. Doesn't need to. There we go. Yep, nursing it in. Landing with a little bit of energy.
Landing with a little bit of energy and did give it a burst of power beyond the line.
Right. You know, sometimes in the heat of the moment, you may cross-control your brain, if you will, and instead of dumping the power, maybe just give it a little burst because this is a little bit of pressure. We're on the national stage. It's on YouTube. It's on social media. So I'm wondering if that was a factor in what we just saw.
But look at that big improvement for Doug Tolbert now, dropping from 1,000-foot landing to 422 feet. Still got a fair amount of room to make up with James Johnson. But a big improvement there for Doug Tolbert, and that's what the rookie class is all about. Jesse Splann on social media saying, at 9,000 plus density altitude, these pilots are doing phenomenal. These sub 750-foot takeoffs and landings are impressive.
And Jim Kasich on the takeoff roll. Lifting off a little, well beyond the booth here, so I can't really see. I'm having to look at the feed.
Best takeoff so far for Jim Kasich, 500 feet. If you want to follow along with the scoring at home, go to nationalstol.com/scoring, or if you're in the crowd here at Pinedale, nationalstol.com/scoring. Also, if you're in the crowd here in Pinedale, you can listen live on 85.3 FM. James Johnson on the roll now, getting that tail up, pulling it down and off right around 225.
Judges are conferring with each other.
I'm just catching up on some of the social conversation while we do the rookie class here. And
that last takeoff for James was 224.
He's keeping it consistent there. Here comes Doug Tolbert. I wanted to point this one out. Katrina remarking about John McCardle. Woo, his shirt is off again. Lol. That was a fun moment there. Okay, Doug Tolbert now on the roll in the Kit Fox. Nice takeoff. That shortest one yet for him, I'm sure.
Looking like somewhere around 212.
Eagle Eye Cam Walton here in the booth. You can actually, you're just reading the tape measure from here, right?
Yeah, now I am, since Parallax is kind of destroying me. 213.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying.
saying.
All right, there we go. It's a trade secret.
How you can pull that off?
Yeah.
I love it. Folks, don't forget to go to nationalstol.com/vote to vote for your favorite pilot. You can give some of the rookies a little love. I think that's always a nice thing to do. So if they're your favorite pilot, you're rooting for the newcomers to the series, nationalstol.com/vote. And here comes Jim Kasich to the right in the Cessna 206. He's got it stable. It is locked in. It's like it's on rails coming down, pulling the throttle out. Like graceful.
Oh, yeah.
You couldn't ask for a better, like, if this were actually a sandbar, that is exactly what you'd want.
Yeah.
Right? You want to be a little bit beyond the line. You want to have it just dialed in. You don't want any last-minute moves. You want to have it nice and stable. Popped it in. Not really worried about passenger comfort, just about getting positive contact with the ground and getting it stopped. So great landing from Jim Kasich there. Takeoff was 575. Waiting for the landing score to come in.
Well, James is on short final. I'm watching Doug out on downwind. He's out there cooking above those foothills.
And you'll notice in the rookie class, too, we've got our pattern is a bit more spread out. Part of that safety initiative to keep everything nice and safe. Here's James Johnson now coming in low over the dirt.
Beautiful landing.
Yeah, really couldn't ask for a better landing. Now look how Shorty's going to get that stop too. James Johnson.
Look at that. I mean, it's pretty consistent.
Yeah. Look at that.
It's looking like it's going to be pretty close. Pretty close to what he's been doing. Actually, he's going to be doing a lot better on that landing than what he's been doing.
Doug Tolbert coming in on final. James Johnson now. I think that was his best one yet. Yeah, 435.
All right.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
That's a nice short score for up in the mountains. And Doug Tolbert in the Kit Fox 4. Best landing so far, 422. Good over the line. Gave up about 50 to 75 feet and just kind of riding it out. Good one and nice. There we go. Sub 400 feet. So an improvement every time for Doug Tolbert. So that's going to be the rookie class here in Pinedale, Wyoming. And we'll be right back.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights, or
I mean, you could leave it here and I could take it back later if you want. Fine. Just put it right there. Thank you.
And we are back here in Pinedale, Wyoming. Let's give it up for these rookies, right? Taking a chance on themselves, getting out there. By the way, if you want to do this, you can. If you're watching in the crowd right now, we're coming back up here in a month. Oregon's not that far away, is it? Come on, be a rookie with us. Okay, let's talk about the scores right now. In third place, with a combined score of 950 feet, Jim Kasich. In second place, with a combined score of 604 feet, Doug Tolbert. And in first place, and I'm going to come over to you with a combined score of 435 feet, James Johnson. How was it out there? Is it your first competition?
Oh, it was awesome. I really enjoyed it and was nervous at first, but it all worked out well.
Anyone you want to say hi to at home?
I'd like to thank my wife, she's here, and my mother-in-law, and thank all you people for coming.
Let's give a round of applause for everyone here at Pinedale. Get on up there. Our rookie class here of Rocky Mountain STOL 2024, folks. Yeah, well, yeah, by the way, he can't be a rookie anymore. He's got to be in the sport class after this. All right, here we go. The first time for these guys to have a little fun. Let's give it up for the rookie class. They're trying to get Brennan, our camera operator, here with that champagne. It's not actually champagne, FAA. Don't worry, we're not breaking any rules here. All right, we will be right back with more STOL flying right after this here in Pinedale, Wyoming. We'll see you real soon.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses. While we were at Oshkosh, we went and checked them out. And they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. And then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes. Awesome glasses.
What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks, everyone? My name's Ryan Dabrowski. Below me on your screen, the legend himself, Burstix TV, in Jennings, Louisiana for Swamp STOL, E-STOL today. And now we are ready for our second ever, if I'm not mistaken, E-STOL event in Tom Smith. There's Mark now, getting that tail down, he's up. Tom Smith now, whoa, with a little bit of a problem. Big bounce for Byron. Check out this great shot of the race course here from this Robinson flying over as we get ready for our unlimited class.
On Microsoft Flight Sim over on flightsim.co. Rand's S6S. Coming in, nice landing, soft and dainty.
It's crazy. I'm doing the math on that. I'm going, oh man, how much did that cost? But maybe we'll save that. We'll save that for another time.
That's goals right there. That is goals. If we all had that flight simulator set up, I think we'd spend even less time, in the real world. And I don't know. Maybe I'll stay away from the VR. That's why I'm scared of it. I don't want to get VR and then not come out of my room for a couple days.
And welcome back to Pinedale, Wyoming, Rocky Mountain STOL. We're going to go over the rookie standings right now for the competition.
Absolutely. It's a great rookie class. Let's check out the scores for the rookie class right now.
We've got James Johnson in the 2023 Rans S7 with a combined total of 435. We've got Doug Tolbert in the 95 Kit Fox 4 with a combined total of 604, and Jim Kasich in the 64 Cessna 206 with 950 as his combined total score.
So that is the final scores for this year's rookie class here at Rocky Mountain STOL. Now we're going to kick it over to the backcountry class. And you can see right on the other side of my face right now, we've got the lineup right there. Patrick Pfister in the 1993 Husky A1, Bob Druin, Husky A1C, Jeff Whiteley, that's going to be a fun plane to watch and a fun pilot to watch, 1958 Cessna 175, Brett Kobe in a Cessna 170B, Brad Crawford, Aviat Husky A1C. I don't know if you're noticing, there's a bit of a theme here in the backcountry class. John Luton, another Aviat Husky, all the way from Belgrade, Montana. And it doesn't end there. Jerry Clemens, guess what? In another Husky, Austin Clemens, his nephew, in another Aviat Husky, and Jeff Pohl back in action in his Cessna 170 Bravo. So that will be your backcountry class. Let's learn a little bit more about the class and meet some of the pilots.
So the touring class, it used to be just touring airplanes, and now that we've switched around the classes, because the 170Bs would always win, so they ended up putting us in the Bush class, which it's a touring airplane, and the word has it Austin Clemens isn't coming, because the Super 170's in his class.
Tough battle, but Husky will win at the end of the day.
A little backstory here. I've been struggling. I used to be super consistent.
I think that little 4 or 5 knot crosswind just threw them off. They couldn't handle it.
So last night, Micah was inhaling helium, which obviously lightens the load.
So I went from the top to fighting for upper percentile.
Let me tell you something, Reese. We're out here today with some of these fine airplanes flying, but there's one that was on fire today because I had a front row seat and I watched all 3 of those pilots fly. Sean Johnson was on fire today. He was flying his best game, and he got to bring his best game because he's flying against Michael Lindstrom and Jeff Pohl, 2 of the best pilots in the lower 48. Let me tell you, brother, they're awesome out here today with this beautiful weather. It's so good to be out here.
Well, I did a pull test on my airplane. I was only pulling 745 pounds, and so I had them deburr the cylinders, and now I'm pulling 815 pounds of thrust.
So that's the backcountry class. You're about to see it divided into 2 heats, just like we had with the touring class. And it is truly the battle of the Huskies today, Cam, against the 170s.
You know, the Huskies are just such beautiful aircraft. I mean, everything out here is beautiful. I love airplanes. We love airplanes. But the Husky is just such a great-looking aircraft, has great lines. It's going to be awesome to see all the different configurations that everybody has with their airplanes, some of them having the reverse prop, having beta, and using that as a tool of success.
Sure.
We've seen those competitors with beta like work on that in the past couple of years, right? Like they get it, and it's not just an instant cheat code. You have to work at it. You have to practice. It's not something that you're just going to land, pop it in the beta, and win, right?
Yeah, and when Cam talks about beta, it's talking about like reverse thrust, like actually slowing the airplane down with the engine, just like a jet would, like with thrust reversers. Same thing. It's a seaplane mod that you can do to a lot of airplanes, because if you're on floats, you want that little extra control on the water. You're going to see, hopefully we'll see today, Jerry Clemens and Austin Clemens, I believe, still has it installed on his. We'll have to double check. It's not, like Cam said, it's not the silver bullet. It's super high workload in the cockpit to get it all to work. And sometimes it works great, and sometimes the RPMs aren't quite where they need to be, and the airplane just keeps going forward instead of stopping. So we'll see that. We'll have some fun with that. Here is our first heat. And you got to give a big round of applause to this guy right here from Pinedale, Wyoming. Race number 232 in a 1993 Husky. It's Patrick Pfister. Next up, in a much newer version of the same plane from Afton, Wyoming, 2021 Husky, race 811, Bob Druin. And look at the paint job on this thing from Jefferson, Oregon. Race 122, a 1958 Cessna Experimental 175. Give it up for Jeff Whiteley. And rounding out the Delta heat, the first heat of this backcountry class from Morgan, Utah, in race 166, a 1952 Cessna 170 Bravo. It's his birthday today. Everyone say happy birthday to Brett Kobe. So that will be your first heat of the backcountry class. Got some Wyoming boys in the heat.
Some hometown heroes.
And it'll be fun to see, because this heat is 2 Huskies, 2 Cessnas, one pretty modified. Jeff Whiteley's aircraft, pretty modified, 175. And then the next heat, we've got almost a full squadron of Huskies versus Jeff Pohl, holding it down for the 170 Mafia in the 170 Bravo. Take a minute as they taxi up there to check our weather.
Looks like it's coming down the runway, the winds, but they're kind of light.
Yeah, looking at 130 at 4 is the latest weather observation here at the field. Here's Patrick Pfister now in the Husky, getting that tail nice and high. Pulled just a hair too early. The airplane didn't leap into the air. And the other thing that's cool about these Huskies, Cam, is these are kind of what you think when you think about backcountry airplanes.
Yep.
You think about something that looks like a Husky. Maybe you think about something that looks like a Super Cub.
Bobby Druin spooling his engine up. Now, we talked about that being a possible angle of attack indicator, or angle of attack device that's on his wing. If you look at the tail, you'll see that there's strings. You'll see that there's strings there for to visualize what the airflow over the tail is, because I imagine that this is a aircraft that's about to be sold, and Bobby Druin is a test pilot for Aviat, so I think
so. A little bit of data collection going on with that aircraft. Here's Jeff Whiteley in the Cessna 175. He made a great entrance yesterday during practice, gave us a little smoke action. pull
Oh,
for
my
Jeff
goodness.
Whiteley. Also, that one's a little loud.
Yeah, just a little bit.
A little loud in the booth here with that one. All right. It's the birthday boy, Brett Kobe, 1952 Cessna 170.
Brett doing his last checks and getting the okay from the air boss. Tails coming up. Keeping that directional control down the runway.
And getting that flying speed, and he is off. What'll be interesting to see is comparing Brett's performance to Jeff Pohl's performance. Brett's aircraft almost stock. Just a STOL cuff on the front compared to the work that Jeff Pohl has done to, big trailblazer prop, micro VG, sportsman STOL kit, T3 tail wheel suspension, bigger tires. I think even a little more horsepower for Jeff Pohl, too. So we'll have to see how those two stack up. Here's Patrick Pfister from Pinedale. Good over the line. Yeah, a little burst of power. And keep that tail down.
There he is.
Oh, man, modulating that.
All right.
Back and forth for Pat Pfister. Watching that on the replay right now. That careful balance of modulating the brakes and the tail.
Yeah.
You do that in your Champ?
Not yet.
So Patrick Pfister, first one in the books for the backcountry class here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2024 with a combined score of 545. Here's Bob Druin over the line with a scratch. And it looks like he's going to let that one just roll out. And here's the problem is that one was under review.
Yeah, probably came down a foot in front of the line.
Now, I feel like we say this kind of every time. If you're a pilot in National STOL, I am not qualified to give you a ton of advice, but one piece of advice I will give you is always stop. Because if that had not been a scratch, and sometimes it's hard to tell in the cockpit,
right.
If that had not been a scratch, you would have wasted that run. Here's Jeff Whiteley coming in hot over the line.
Nursing the throttle.
It's going to be under review, video review, because Lexi couldn't tell. Too close to call. He stopped around 325. Let's go to the instant replay. And we'll see that still under review there for Jeff Whiteley as Brett Kobe comes in on short final.
And you hear him nursing the throttle. Nice. Right over the line. Stomping on those brakes. You can see the wheels shimming.
Little bouncy there at the end. That always makes me a little nervous. It's like, okay. They don't have, when it starts bouncing like that at the end, you don't have a lot of airflow, right, over the tail surfaces to help keep them down. So I always get a little nervous.
Jeff Whiteley with the scratch after review. It was very close. Looking at that, I couldn't really tell.
So that will be the first run of the first heat of the backcountry class. Current standings, Pat Pfister, combined score of 545. Bob Druin with a scratch. Jeff Whiteley's combined score of 638 is also going to disappear due to his scratch that was just called. And Brett Kobe, I guess, puts him in second place with a combined score of 8 3:49. Here's Patrick Pfister again from Pinedale. Let's hear it in the crowd for your Pinedale boy.
Ooh.
Getting that tail nice and high. Now he's going to leverage that action. Vault the airplane up. Pulled a little early. Probably 100 feet too early, or a second or two in time too early on that pull. You want to get, if you have enough flying speed, when the tail hits the ground, it'll kind of like pop you. Yeah, kind of launch you up into the air. Here's Bob Druin now. Previous takeoff was 3:35.
And Bobby,
real clean takeoff for him that time. I think it's going to be an improvement, too, because 335 was the previous one. I think this one was somewhere around 300 to 325.
I couldn't see that from here. Was it a 3-point takeoff that Bobby was doing?
More that style, if I remember correctly. Here's Jeff Whiteley on the line.
So Jeff up and away.
Interesting now we've got Pat Pfister with 312 on the takeoff. Bob Druin 312 with the takeoff. Where's Jeff Whiteley going to come in? Brett Kobe on the roll.
That tail slowly coming up. Looks like he was settling down back towards the runway. Didn't quite touch it.
Jeff Whiteley's takeoff, by the way, 4:48. Brett Kobe's is coming in soon in just a minute. As everyone makes their way around, we've got Pat Pfister on short final. Want to say thanks to our friends at usatrailersdirect.com. They actually provided the trailer that we're sitting in right now. And this trailer's put on some miles this year, going all over the country, and it's very critical for us and the broadcast team, and it moves all the stuff. Oh, and a scratch. Big, healthy scratch for Patrick Pfister there.
Well, we're going to get him off the runway for Bobby to come in after him.
Just feels like he just ran out of energy there and had to put it down. So if that were a sandbar, he would have been swimming for sure for the shore. So usatrailersdirect.com, be sure to check them out. This booth or this trailer travels not only to all the in real life events, but it also traveled to Flight Sim Expo in Los Angeles. And Cam, you were actually in the booth there. Let's talk about that in a second. Here's Bobby Druin giving up a lot of feet over the line for Bob Druin. So you were sitting in this trailer at Flight Sim Expo for eSTOL, and we learned a little bit about eSTOL during the break, but what was that like? You're calling a virtual show in the real broadcast trailer in the middle of Las Vegas.
Yeah, we had pretty much similar setup here, a few more screens, and a lot of the competitors, or not a lot of them, but we had table set up with the Tobii eye tracker, which is a phenomenal device. It's used to basically look around in the cockpit without having to have like VR or any headset or anything like that on. Me and Austin, Burstix TV, we called the shots basically in Vegas, and it was a great time. All of our guys and gals that were flying had a great time.
Jeff Whiteley, I'm going to interrupt. Good over the line there, getting it stopped down right around 3:02.
I'm going to agree.
Brett Kobe now high and to the right. So, yeah, you had all the heavy hitters of eSTOL. It's a great community.
Yeah.
very passionate community. We've got a lot of folks from STOL in the chat right now actually watching the Pinedale Rocky Mountain STOL competition today. Katrina, who's flies the AN2 every once in a while, and other aircraft. Burstix in the chat. There we go. Brett Kobe down. Just got to get it stopped. Let's see what we can do with that tail this time. Much more under control this time.
But yeah, with STOL, it's just a great avenue. If you're thinking about doing this, if you're thinking about becoming an aviator, period, like I would say it's advantageous for you to jump in. I mean, you can take a discovery flight, but you can also buy Microsoft Flight Simulator, jump in, read some manuals on the aircraft that you're flying. Maybe you're flying a 170B. It's an available aircraft in the game. You can get the flight manuals online and go through pre-checks, do the real thing in practice, and then either come to an STOL event and compete, or just enjoy the fact that you're learning how to fly an aircraft without having to spend the maintenance costs and the avgas. Everything is in game, so you don't have to worry about those things. You may have to buy some controls. You can't just use you can use an Xbox controller, but it's probably better to use a throttle quadrant and a yoke. But yeah, it's just a great avenue to get into the sport, get into flying. Highly recommend it.
Patrick Pfister now getting that tail nice and high. See if he can time it out just right. Pulling back, and it's off. Oh, yeah, the judges have to run for it. It's off a little bit sooner than they thought. He's currently in first place with a combined score of 545 here in the backcountry class. Bob Druin now in second place with 699. Could see a lot of improvement for Bob just getting closer to the line. He gave up a lot of distance last time on the landing. Here we go. Yep, just that three-point approach you talked about, Cam, just kind of letting the airplane do its thing.
Jeff pulling up to the line in the Beast. I see that aircraft and I automatically think about the photo shoot that they did at Dead Cow, where that aircraft had smoke on. It's just an awesome photo on the front cover of Flying Magazine.
There goes Jeff Whiteley, currently in third place with a combined score of 753.
And Brett Kobe up on the line. It's going to slowly see that tail come up. Brett Kobe on the long takeoff roll. We'll see what his takeoff number is here shortly. While we have Patrick on short final in the 93 Aviat Husky A1. Brett Kobe at 500 feet on the takeoff.
Oh, I see. That's actually the next bit of the broadcast plan is the local sponsor list.
And Patrick bringing it in. Waiting for a checkered flag. All right, we got the checkered flag. And a little bouncy with the tail coming up. It's going to be nursing the brakes, modulating that tail. Ooh, man.
Blop, blop. Just making noises over here. I'm fine. Just bleep, blop, bleep. I'm just a computer. Just pretend that was me pretending to be a computer.
Bobby Druin bringing it in. Love seeing the sun shining off of the leading edges of that aircraft. All right, beautiful landing. Heavy on the brakes. So Patrick Pfister with a landing of 333. Waiting on Bobby's score to come in.
So not an improvement for Pat Pfister that time. Best run still 5:45, still holding him in first place. Here's Jeff Whiteley coming in on approach now in the 175. Hear him working that throttle to keep it exactly where he needs it. Going to be a close one. Good over the line for Jeff Whiteley. Just grinding those. Oh, the poor tires. Just getting ground up by all that stuff. And that leaves Brett Kobe for his third landing of this first heat of backcountry class. We've got a ton of Huskies and a 170 coming up at the end. Here's Brett Kobe with the throttle added.
All right.
Got to dissipate that energy now, though. Keeping that tail down in the 170. And that will wrap up the first heat right now. Heading into the second heat, Pat Pfister with a combined score of 545. Jeff Whiteley, 692. Bobby Druin holding third place with 699. And Brett Kobe in fourth place with 849. But there's more backcountry action coming up in just a moment.
We're going to go to a surprise video from last night's dinner and somebody else's birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ryan. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, brother.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday was my birthday. I was trying to keep it secret. 42 years young now here in this great place. And what better way to celebrate birthday with your Stoll family and with everyone. And I think after watching that, I got to get a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Got to get one that fits my head right. But I got to get a cowboy hat. So that's very kind of all of you to do that. And yeah, we had a little bit of fun last night here in Pinedale. Had some great food, great company, all the Stoll family out there. So thank you so much for that, guys. Let's talk about our local sponsors right now. There are we've been talking about all the annual sponsors that bring National Stoll to you all season, but we have a ton of sponsors that have actually helped make this happen for you locally here in Pinedale. And the list of supporters is long, and we so appreciate their support. Let me give you the full list here. First up,
Genuine Aircraft Hardware Company, Emblem Aviation, Pinedale, Wyoming, Flying Cowboy Contractors, Western Wyoming Aviation, Pinedale Computer, Rocky Mountain Power Sports, Black Mountain Rental, Clemens Insurance, Country Lane, White Bear Creations, Napa Auto Parts, Joy in the Winds, Aircraft Spruce and Specialty Company, Kendall Valley Lodge, Mule Shoe Outfitters, Backcountry Super Cubs, Tempest Excellence.
So a big thank you to all the local sponsors and supporters we have to bring Rocky Mountain STOL 2024 to you. You got to visit them if they're here in the Pinedale area. You got to go check out all the booths. A lot of them are set up there. You can go meet them. You got a flight school over there, Western Wyoming Aviation, all sorts of folks. We'll talk about it more in a minute, but let's get the action started for the next heat of the backcountry class from Hot Springs, Arkansas. In race number 16, a 2011 Aviat Husky. Give it up for Brad Crawford.
Yeah.
Saw Brad doing some practice last night. He was really
he was dialed in.
He was cutting the rug out there. Okay. Next up from Belgrade, Montana. Race number 14, a 1991 Christensen Husky. John Luton. Next up from Benton, Kansas. Race number 17, 2008 Aviat Husky. It's Jerry Clemens. Also from Benton, Kansas, race number 62, 2011 Aviat Husky. Give it up for Austin Clemens. Austin Clemens wanted to make sure we knew he still has the reversible pitch propeller on the aircraft. Give it up for Austin Clemens, everybody. And a one lone Cessna stands alone. Race number 00 from Malacca, Minnesota. Everyone give it up for Jeff Pohl. So that is going to be fun to watch. Jeff in the Cessna versus the skies will be darkened with Huskies. And it's going to be a fun one to watch. So as they get ready to go, I wanted to mention a little bit more about some of these Rocky Mountain STOL sponsors. First of all, you got to go meet the folks over at Genuine Aircraft Hardware. They've got Frank. They got a life-size guy, like their mascot Frank. He's there in the booth. You can take a selfie with him. Actually, that's the Rocky Mountain STOL merch booth is where Frank is. But big thanks to Genuine Aircraft Hardware. The town of Pinedale, amazing, providing a tourism grant, coordinating safety and setup. All this stuff here has been awesome, so thank you so much to them. Western Wyoming Aviation, brand new local flight school. If you're inspired by this and you want to get your pilot certificate, give them a call. Call tomorrow. Call today.
Call today, please.
Get in there. We need more pilots, and we'd love to have you fly with us. Looks like we've got Brad Crawford on the line, checking those flight controls.
Doing his sweep.
Look at him work the rudder, keeping it safe. Like
happy feet.
Nice short one for Brad Crawford. You know, you said happy feet. That aircraft, black and white, it's a little penguin. Penguin. That's probably not what he wants to hear, but yeah, I could see that. Here's John Luton in the Husky.
Tail coming up. Oh, got a loss of power on there.
So I wonder if that was pilot-induced loss of power there.
Kind of similar to what we saw Brad do yesterday during practice. Maybe the tail came up and he went back on his left hand on the throttle.
So no problem climbing out, but it's going to be a longer takeoff for him. Here's Jerry Clemens giving it the thunder. Look at him trying to take a bite out of the grass with the prop. Little early for Jerry Clemens, and it's flying. Austin Clemens taking a page from his uncle off on the left side of the runway here. Maybe, although if you talk to them, maybe it's the other way around.
Austin getting airborne with that snarling dog on the tail passing us.
That was a real clean one for Austin Clemens. Look at where the judges are standing, just over 225 feet. Here's Jeff Pohl now in the 170.
See what Dirty Bird can do.
Getting that tail up and perfectly
All
timed
right.
for Jeff Pohl. Look at that. Another sub 225 takeoff in the 170B. Oh, we got some short takeoff distances here.
Yeah.
Let's see what they pair up with as Brad Crawford comes in. His takeoff, 259 feet. Look at him work that rudder, keep it straight, keep it off the ground, work that rudder. A little bit of wing drop, no problem, though. Getting it stopped.
Oh, yes.
Just keeping that tail right. There was a woo right in front of the broadcast booth. He got that thing worked out. Brad Crawford. John Luton in the distance. I want to talk about a few more of the local folks help bring this event to you. Pinedale Computer, they help all the Sublette County residents with hardware and software needs, but I want to thank them for helping our broadcast team. They helped us with a hard drive that was malfunctioning just a couple days ago and got it in and out, couple hours. Bob's your uncle. All the footage was saved, good to go. So thank you to them. Here comes John Luton, a little bit of a climb there. A little bit of a backfire, dropping it in, bouncing it in. And now he's got to keep that tail controlled. No problem for him, right around 300 feet.
All right.
Jerry Clemens off in the distance. There's so many folks. Speaking of Jerry Clemens, Clemens Insurance.
All right, yes.
One of the sponsors of Rocky Mountain STOL. We've also got one of my favorites on the list here. There's so many, but White Bear Creations, who's been providing us all with meat sticks all season. So big thank you to all of them. There's 15 all together that have helped bring this event to you. Make sure you show them your appreciation, folks. Here's Jerry Clemens now. Oh, Lexi
scratch.
Calls it a scratch. He's still going to get it stopped just in case. That right main dropping down onto the dirt. Let's watch the replay in the booth here.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That was a tough call, but I get it. It looked close, but you could see the gravel and the dirt kind of spitting up from that main wheel. Here's Austin now coming in a little bit higher, floating it down.
Nursing the throttle.
Good over the line, and are we going to hear some reverse? We're going to hear some reverse! Nice! I don't know why that's so fun. I get so excited. So we've got some scores popping in right now. Brad Crawford, by the way, popped up into first place with 440 feet, but only for a minute, because guess who just took it from him? Austin Clemens with a combined score of 426. Here's Jeff Pohl to your right in the 170 Bravo. Yeah, there we go. Cam and I are synced up.
Locked in. Let's see how locked in Jeff is.
That was solid. That was really solid. That was so good. I heard Lexi go, yes, from the line. Jeff Pohl is not here to play. He's here to fight. And he's going to pop up into first place now with a combined score of 378 feet. That was a 155-foot landing
for
Jeff Pohl. It is a It's like National STOL last season and the season before. We're back to the good old Jeff Pohl, Austin Clemens mess around to see who wins between the two of them as they fight it out for 2 more runs.
So
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Pohl in the 170 Bravo, Dirty Bird. You know, we could say that this is a birdie dog world right now, right?
At least for the next 10 minutes till Austin comes back around again and drops another gauntlet at him. Folks, don't forget to take a minute to vote for your favorite pilot. NationalStol.com/vote. That's NationalStol.com/vote. Brad Crawford.
Giving it the beans. And a great takeoff from Brad. Around the 300-foot mark. As John Luton comes up to taxi. $2.99 on that takeoff for Brad.
So not quite as short as his first one. He's currently holding 3rd place. Here's John Luton in 7th. Got to shorten up that takeoff. Shouldn't be a problem because I think that last one was an anomaly. Big pull in the cockpit. You see him yank that stick back. And he's going to be a lot happier with that one. It looks like he's around the 300 to 325 mark. He's going to shave off almost 100 feet. Jerry Clemens, he's the wild card now because he's not on the board. I love watching how Jerry's not afraid to get that tail up real high.
Yeah.
It takes actually you need a remarkable amount of tail high, nose down to actually hit a prop.
Yeah.
If you're new to this.
In some aircraft, depending on the diameter of the prop.
That's true, and how fat your tires are.
True. Yeah.
Here's Austin Clemens. Getting that tail up. Off short. They've got a jog. John McCardle is jogging over to where he saw it leave the ground. Right around 200 feet is what it looks like. Maybe a little bit more than 200. His previous takeoff was 231, and Austin Clemens now with a 204-foot takeoff. Jeff Pohl hoping to defend his lead. Yep, I would call it about where the judges did. They're saying, I would think 225 is where I saw the mains leave. They're coming back a little bit further. Maybe that right main was still on the ground.
Yep.
We saw the left side of it. We're seeing the inverse side of it. And as if on cue, Brad Crawford coming in the Husky.
Oh, yes. Beautiful. That tail touching the ground.
And listen to how he's activating that throttle to get a little extra wind over the tail to keep that tail down as he brakes. That one was too close to call for Lexi. Go to the replay right now.
Noah saw his tail wheel touch the ground before the line, which is perfectly okay.
Oh, bummer.
That is a scratch.
That is a scratch for Brad Crawford. John Luton low and to your right. Much better takeoff distance. Ooh, giving it that throttle to keep it in the air. He's going to sail over the line. Big bounce for John Luton. Just riding it out. So, better on the takeoff for John Luton, but longer on the landing this time. 7:13 was his previous score. We'll see what comes into the booth.
Jerry Clemens coming in.
Now look at Jerry Clemens' takeoff distance, 235. That's a big improvement from his previous 309.
Yeah.
If he doesn't scratch, Jeff and Austin have someone to look out for. Oh, no, with the scratch again.
But look at the wind.
Yep.
I mean, it dropped out from under him.
No wind. Yeah, totally. Like, we're nearly winds calm there. He was holding it off, really working for it, but just not enough. So that's a double scratch for the double deuce, Jerry Clemens. And look at Austin now. Austin watched that all happen.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm going to be up here instead, please. I'm going to be up here. Feels a little bit more controllable. And look, the wind's starting to come back, and he's holding it off. Good over the line for Austin Clemens.
Give us some beta.
He doesn't even need to.
He doesn't need it, yeah.
He doesn't even need to. So a better takeoff for Austin Clemens, but a slightly longer landing. Overall improvement, though, down to 406 feet. But Jeff Pohl still going to maintain first place with 378. So Austin really needs to throw it out, or Jerry Clemens, honestly. Throw it all out to try to get in front of Jeff Pohl. Here comes Jeff Pohl now, hoping to solidify a little more distance from these guys. Good land. Oh. I thought it looked good. Lexi says it's too close to call. He's going to stop right around that 200-foot mark. Less wind on the nose. Let's go to the replay. Here's Jeff Pohl coming in over the line. That's good.
That's good.
That is good. The tail wheel can touch. I don't think that's what Lexi was reacting to. I think it was just that close to the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the main wheels did come pretty close, but they did not hit. So not a big change in our standings, Cam.
Right. Let's see.
Yeah, Jeff Pohl's still in first place with 378. Austin getting a little bit closer with 406. Brad Crawford 34 feet behind him in third place with 440. So the big wild card still is, I mean, we've seen Austin steal it away from Jeff Pohl before.
Yes.
In this last run. That's not an unusual thing for this grudge match, this rivalry. But for me, I'm watching Jerry Clemens.
Right, same.
Because it's not like him to scratch so often, twice in a row. He's got to get something on the board.
Kenny Monger in the chat. Love all my STOL family. We love you too, Kenny. And the density altitude is real.
Katrina in the chat saying, woo, Jeff showing how that old plane can boogie. All right, here we go. John Luton in 7th place currently. Longer one again for John Luton. Jerry Clemens. Look, and again, the story of the backcountry class is how varied the winds are. Now we've got maybe just, well, the windsock's showing, I think, a direct crosswind,
Yep.
but our flags are showing a little bit of a quartering tailwind right now as Jerry Clemens ramps up the engine. And I think that right main's still sticking to the ground. They're calling it around 300 feet. That last scratch really hurts for Jerry Clemens because 235 would have been quite competitive. Austin Clemens now, best takeoff 204. And I don't know where that one hit. Jeff Pohl coming up to the line.
Let's go, Jeff.
And everyone with a much longer takeoff this run compared to the last two. I do think the wind.
Yeah. It looks like a right quartering tailwind from here.
So that's a bummer for them. Here comes Brad Crawford. Good over the line. Riding it like a bucking bronco.
Yeah.
Not afraid to work those fat tires. And watching Brad Crawford again last night, he was flying after practice, and he was doing these crazy like slips to landing and stuff. Just you could tell he was like working through his repertoire of various ways to control the aircraft, and it was just really great. So he's gonna stay in third place right now with a combined score of 551 on that last run. 440 was his best. John Luton, hoping for a miracle here. It did have a pretty good takeoff. And that's a scratch for John Luton. You heard him get on the throttle a little bit to try to get over the line, but no bueno. Jerry Clemens, not on the board yet.
Playing it safe out here on approach, on short, long final.
Yeah, medium, medium final. Yeah, he's just floating it in
these shifting winds.
Yeah, look, now he's got a headwind, or I guess a crosswind, but more headwind close to the line.
All right. Oh, Lexi.
Oh, Lexi's
know.
like, I don't even know if I want to call that. He's going to roll out, so I think he knows what happened. It's under review. I think it was good. I think it was good, and he just rolled it out. Oh, Jerry.
That was it, man. That was it.
Here comes Austin Clemens now with that higher approach. Nice. Good over the line. Get it stopped, Austin. Yeah, reverse pitch. Oh, man. I'm still trying to figure out what happened with Jerry Clemens there.
That was the one.
Seeing some scoreboard stuff pop around here. Jeff Pohl coming in on short. And a scratch for Jeff Pohl, but that's okay because depending on, I know they're still trying to put in Austin's score. But Austin's takeoff was 306. Jeff's best score was 378, so I don't think he can overcome that no matter what the landing for Austin ended up being judged as. So a scratch for Jeff Pohl. As we get ready to go to see how this all nets out as the math gets sorted out with the judges, want to take a minute to talk about our friends over at Flying Eyes. Flying Eyes optic sunglasses are the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. As a returning sponsor, our staff, you and I can attest to this. I'm wearing them right now. I wear prescription glasses and then throw the sunglasses magnetically on them. Consider supporting National STOL with Flying Eyes Optics. Save 10% using coupon code National STOL, which is all one word. National STOL, all one word. You can save 10% on your Flying Eyes glasses. So we will be right back after this for the results of the Backcountry class here at Rocky Mountain STOL. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke Spore, everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft BOAC. for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Ryan Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck.
It's good. Excellent.
You might be sub 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode MOAC, Colin Kaneva.
Oh my goodness gracious. Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
And we are back here in Pinedale, Wyoming. And how about that for the backcountry class? You guys are a beautiful crowd. This is a beautiful place. And we got some beautiful pilots standing up behind me that did some beautiful flying. It's beautiful all around. All right, let's talk about how this wrapped up. It was tight. It bounced around. People were in first, they were in second. We had scratches. We had things that we thought were scratches that were not. It was very exciting. With the combined score for third place, I think this says 440. Tom, you got to do better with your penmanship. Brad Crawford, third place. He's not here. All right, well, he's in third place. With a combined score of 406, Austin Clemens. And with a combined score of 378 feet, first place goes to Jeff Pohl.
Wow, didn't see that one coming.
He just said he didn't see that one coming. Jeff, how is it, you come back to the circuit recently, how does it feel to be back?
Well, after not climbing in the cockpit for about 9.5 months, it feels weird, but I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to see this awesome crowd. And you know, Pinedale's awesome. The second time here for me, and they've always been very welcoming. This is one of our favorite events, so hats off to all you guys. Thank you so much.
Anyone you want to say, besides the crowd, anyone else you want to say hi to on the back at home?
Well, hi, Warren G.
All right, get up there, guys. So that is your backcountry class here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2024. We're going to get a quick picture.
Yeah, give it up, folks. And it's time to celebrate. You know, this is, people are running away from these guys. These two guys have been fighting it out for years. They're going after the camera again. All right, folks, that's the backcountry class here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2024. We'll be back with more STOL action right after this. Give it up for the backcountry. Give it up for Pinedale, everybody.
Genuine Aircraft Hardware Company has been holding aviation together since 1984. Nuts, bolts, screws, washers, and other fasteners fill our Billing, Montana warehouse. We also have items like tubing, hinge, gang channel, and much more. Instead of supporting the bigger guys, consider shopping small and supporting an old-fashioned small family business. Our toll-free number is 888-247-2738, and our email address is sales@genhardware.com. We look forward to helping you keep your plane in the sky where it belongs.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance, Legend Aircraft, USA Trailers Direct, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance, FlightHelmet.com, Flying Eyes, Lift Aviation, Aero LEDs, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB,
and welcome back to Rocky Mountain STOL. We're going to go over the results from the backcountry segment of our competition. In first place, we have Jeff Pohl with a combined total of 378 feet. Austin Clemens in second place with a combined total of 406 feet. Brad Crawford with a combined total of 440 feet. Patrick Pfister at 545 feet. Jeff Whiteley at 692 feet. Bobby Druin coming in at 699 feet. John Luton at 713, Brett Kobe at 849, and Jerry Clemens at 1312. Ryan, that was a gnarly segment, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was gnarly. We had a lot of people popping around, going into different places, and with Jerry Clemens with that rollout, I think he thought he scratched and rolled it out, and that would have been a competitive place for him to be there. Let's look at the lineup for the adventure class, starting with Jeff McMahon in a 2011 Murphy Super Ryan Super Cub something. It's basically a carbon cub from Iran, Texas. Next up, we've got Tom Matzenbacher in a Cub Crafters FX3. Nick Engel in a Javron Super Cub P18. Jody Card in a 2022 Badlands Traveler. Jeff Daly in a 2023 Badlands Traveler. Brian Steck is here in his 2024 American Legend MOAC custom built called High Strung. And that rounds out the adventure class, conveniently brought to you by Legend Aircraft. So things are going to be heating up in this adventure class. You want to talk about, we talked about the Huskies versus the 170 Bravos. You heard that in the intro package of the Backcountry class. Austin Clemens and Jeff Pohl fighting it out for years.
Yeah.
Once the 170s got bumped into that class out of touring because they were too competitive, right? So we had to make it a little more exciting. So great to see them having a little bit of a grudge match. The drama, the hashtag drama of the adventure class is this Badlands Traveler. It's new to the circuit. It came onto the circuit about halfway through the season. It's got a new wing design, new custom wing design, and it is giving everyone a run for their money. Meanwhile, though, Brian Steck in this American Legend Aircraft MOAC, this is something that he built, like,
with
labor of love.
Hands.
Yes, and it's highly modified. It's got a Gladiator 390 engine in it, which is water-cooled. It's pretty crazy. It's the loudest airplane of the competition, I think. Maybe even louder than Steve Henry's Yeehaw 8. And so he is going to be challenging and defending in the MOAC against these Badlands Travelers. Let's learn a little bit more about the adventure class right now.
My name is Brian Steck. I'm from Mineola, Texas. This is my 2020 Legend MOAC. Box 1, go. You know, at the time, I had no idea what I was building. Went and talked to Darren and Randy at Legend Aircraft, and, you know, I just built an airplane that we could go fly in.
And those MOACs make it challenging, don't they?
Oh, man, them are some beautiful birds, and the pilots are good. You know, it's competition.
He calls this airplane, not only does he call it Pepper, he also says it's part of the wolf pack. You can tell why he says that beautiful wolf on the front.
Schmack. For STOL, it's hard to beat a Super Cub. It's called a Lycoming 0290. It's only 125 horsepower. Being as lightweight as it does, it seems to compete pretty good, especially in the STOL stuff compared to the bigger guys.
Now, Brian Shirley with a scratch for Brian Shirley.
Now I kind of had time to regroup myself, because it does kind of get in your mind a little bit that you got off your routine a little bit, and I was off my routine today altogether. Brand new airplane, just got it done. I've had it in the mountains at my home airport up there is at 8,000. I've had it at Leadville, which is 10,000. Where I'm actually from is Dodge City, Kansas, and I've had it there is 2,600. So yeah, I've had all over the country. It's performing well.
And we're back with the adventure class starting off here pretty soon. Right now we have the runway getting adjusted. It looks like we're flipping the runway as it's being nourished with water right now, which is a friendly reminder to those in the crowd and at home. Please drink water. Your body's made out of it. You need it. keep it nourished, keep it hydrated.
And I got a little heat from the air bosses as we walked back into the booth. They said, "Oh, Ryan, that was very beautiful." But guess what else is beautiful, guys? I might be wrapped up in the concept of beautiful, but look at that beautiful view provided by White Squirrel Aerial Media. Look at that. We've got the race course right there. We've got the beautiful crowd here in Pinedale, Wyoming, and then the mountains off in the distance. That is just absolutely stunning. You couldn't ask for a more beautiful backdrop than that. That is just something else here in Pinedale. And I'm feeling the love. I'm feeling the love here at Pinedale. It's feeling great. Everyone's awesome. And I've never been to this competition before. It's my first time here, and I get why it has the reputation it has.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of all of the venues that we've been to so far. But what's cool, I'm not going to compare them all because it's unfair. They're all beautiful in their own different ways. It's just that we corner the market in having those awesome venues to have these competitions at. So kudos to all the organizing side of National STOL, Karen and Tom and everyone involved in choosing our spots, choosing our venues, because they knock it out of the park every time.
Yeah, and we've always got a lot of local support on the ground. And think about all the volunteers that come out to make something like this happen. Speaking of volunteers, you're seeing a lot of them go out and get ready to flip the runway again. That might be the story of the weekend here is runway flips. So this is the second time we're doing it today as we head into the adventure class because they don't want a tailwind. We want to make sure they've got a headwind to keep it nice and competitive and safe for sure, right? You mentioned this. We're cornering the market on, I love that phrase, Cam, on having amazing locations to compete in. You're thinking about other kind of like standout places for me. I think about it like, what other circuit can you do in aviation competition where you could be, you know, in the swamp down in Louisiana,
right?
And then a few months later, we were up in Moses Lake, Washington, competing on Mount St. Helens volcanic ash.
Yeah, that's
right. So it's just like that is a big spread.
Right.
Of locations, and now, of course, we're here in beautiful Pinedale, Wyoming. While we get ready for the adventure class, one thing we should talk about a little bit is, you know, I was teeing this up ahead of time. This is the MOACs, right? This is typically you see a lot of MOACs in this class, and now you've got the Badlands Travelers. You also see Carbon Cubs. It's like the showdown of all the like top manufacturers of bush planes. And we got to talk about our friends at Legend Aircraft. You're going to see Brian Steck flying in his MOAC. The Legend Cub continues to be the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. It is a modern Legend, and those that have flown one consider the Legend Cub to be the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. Today's Legend Cub is an all-new factory-built aircraft designed in the spirit of the Piper J3, the PA-11, the PA-18 Super Cub. It combines the best from the past with an obtainable wish list of modern enhancements. American Legend Aircraft Company has engineered in all the safety, comfort, and convenience options imaginable. You can check out more at legend.aero. They say they're Legend Aircraft, not your grandfather's Cub. And when you see high-strung Brian Steck's aircraft, every time it comes to a competition, since it showed up in Pennsylvania, Appalachian Mountain STOL was the first time we saw it on the circuit. He put a lot of love into that thing. It is, everything that Legend does. Brian then went and worked with Legend and like added a little bit more, right? Like, well, let's make the wing, the airfoil maybe more like this. Let's custom machine some stuff for the flaps. I'm going to put this crazy water-cooled engine on the front of it. You've seen him work on, the props are going almost supersonic at cruise. And now this time out, he's got a belly pod on it.
Yeah.
And I believe there's nitrous involved. It's one heck of a plane. And Legend Aircraft, of course, a big supporter of National STOL. and we really appreciate their help. The other people we got to talk about in terms of bringing National STOL to all of you at home is Aero LEDs. Aero LEDs is an industry pioneer and leader of LED-based aerospace lighting. They're designed and manufactured in Boise, Idaho. Aero LED's state-of-the-art LED aircraft lighting solutions are designed with a focus on performance, efficiency, and reliability. Tested for some of the most extreme situations. You can see them on experimental aircraft, certified aircraft, commercial aircraft, even space and military applications for Aero LEDs. So big thanks to them for helping us bring National STOL to all of you. And now, Cam, let's go over to Reese Dockhand, who's with Jeff Daly out in the field.
Jeff Daly with the Warhorse, the newest build, almost on the competition. What can you tell me about this airplane behind us?
Oh man, this thing is bad to the bone. It rips. It's going to rip here. 10,000 feet density altitude. This thing loves it. We've got a wing that really performs, low drag, and we're going to see what it'll do today.
This thing is absolutely crazy. I've seen it rip through low pass, increase in altitude. It really does the work. But what type of work do you use these planes for back at home?
Oh, just general ranch truck. I mean, we'll jump in it, throw it full of parts, go take them out to hay fields or run to town, get parts, bring them back to where we're at, move people around, kind of you name it, just anything.
It gets the job done, and it's going to get the job done today. Real quick, what's something that unique that's coming through? I saw you playing around with some nitrous bottles.
Yeah, we might do a few things there. We're just trying to get enough horsepower to be competitive. These guys are building airplanes now, and we want to win.
Absolutely love it. Seeing you push the competition to the next level. Back to you, Ryan Dombrowski.
Thanks so much, Reese and Jeff, for that little sideline interview there. And yeah, like, it's interesting. Like, you're watching it happen, right? We've got folks that are, they build the Badlands Traveler.
Yep.
It's on the circuit for a couple competitions, and then Brian Sick's like, hey, I worked with Legend Aircraft with this MOAC. Come at me, bro. And they're fighting the whole time. It's going to be really fun to see the Badlands Travelers and the MOACs. They're just putting in some crazy performance. Jeff Daly in Moses Lake, combined score of like 30-something feet.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
I can't remember the specific number right now. It was like 32, 30.
Maybe 37?
37. I don't know.
Somewhere around there.
We got to look it up. It was insane. He had 30 knots of wind on the nose right down the runway, and that airplane gobbled it up and just floated into the sky. I almost wonder if he could have taken off even shorter after talking to him a little bit. He was like, oh, yeah, if I would have just kept it in 3-point, I might have been able just to throttle up and float right off. It was insane conditions, but a plane and a pilot that were ready to drop a train on it.
I like that. Drop a train.
Drop an air train on it?
Yeah.
I don't know. So this is going to be adventure class in just a few minutes, folks. If you're here in Pinedale, take this minute while we finish getting the runway totally calibrated and ready for competition. Go visit the merch tents. Go visit the food trucks. Go visit all the local sponsors that are here. Help them out and support them. Now's a great time to do that. Keith Lang just walked by the booth, and man, that guy is a good-looking cowboy. He's going to go out and do some line judging for us in a second. You heard him in the adventure class package. Not competing this week and just hanging out with his STOL friends. And it's so great to see him as well. So that's going to be the adventure class. We're breaking it into two heats. You've got the Carbon Cubs and the Javron Super Cub flying in the first heat, and then it's going to be the Badlands Traveler and the MOAC bringing up the rear in what we're calling the golf heat. So Foxtrot and golf heats in adventure class in just a few minutes. And let's go, actually, one of the competitors, Jeff McMahon, we interviewed him yesterday. Let's hear about how his day went.
My name's Jeffrey McMahon. I live in a small town south of Midland, Texas called Ira, Texas, flying a experimental Carbon Cub. My goal today at practice is to get used to the high altitude. I'm from the town of Ira is 2,200 feet. There's a lot of difference here. The engine performs different, props perform different. So I'm trying to figure out what my plane will do at these altitudes. It is totally different from where I'm from. I'm competitive. I'd like to compete with these guys, but there's some planes in my class and some gentlemen that can really, really fly. So I come out here to get a good shot. If I get lucky and make a couple of good landings, and maybe we can make something. I'd like to say hello to my family in RN. I'm sure they'll be watching tomorrow.
Howdy, I'm Jody Card from Casper, Wyoming, and I'm flying this Badlands Traveler. So if I can just hit the line without scratching too bad, I'll be happy. We've got some pretty stiff competition this year, so I don't have a turbo this year. I'll be happy to even try and get close to the podium. So that's kind of my goal, just get out and fly the plane. Be happy I can get out there and make a few laps in the pattern. And hi, Mom.
So that was Jody Card and Jeff McMahon. You're going to see them fly in just a few minutes. And actually, it looks like we've got some competitors taxiing up, so it's time to introduce them to you here in Pinedale. First, at the line right now in that green and orange Cub from Ira and Tex. You just heard him. Race 922, Jeff McMahon. Next up, 2019 Carbon Cub FX3 from Carefree, Arizona. It's race 150, piloted by Tom Matzenbacher. Race number 124 is a 2001 Javron P18 Super Cub from Cora, Wyoming. Give it up for Nick Engel. So that's going to be the golf heat, or the Foxtrot heat, excuse me, of the adventure class. Cam, any thoughts based on watching these three gentlemen practice yesterday?
You know, honestly, they're all Cubs. So, I mean, I'm really interested in really seeing, like, I don't know, the pilots do their work, like, within the cockpit, because most of them are going to, I mean, they're going to have similar performance. Excluding engine modifications, excluding the tires and everything, but these are all Cub variants, so it's it's going to be really interesting to see how the performance difference is between them all, especially with this crazy wild DA that we're sitting in right now, getting marinated in some high density altitude.
The latest density altitude readout, by the way, here at Ralph Wentz Field in Pinedale, Wyoming, is 9,601 feet. And you and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday. That's higher than I normally fly my airplane in Wisconsin.
I have never flown my airplane that high.
Like, I'm normally at like the 3,000 to 4,000 foot AGL range, maybe 5,000 if I'm going someplace and the winds are nice.
Oh, yeah.
I'm never up this high. And to your point, you know, we've got these three Cubs in this first heat. The Javron Super Cub, piloted by Nick Engel, you know, 207 horsepower. Tom Matzenbacher, meanwhile, 180 horsepower in that FX3. And they're all rocking fat tires, but Jeff McMahon's got the fattest ones at 35-inch bush wheels.
They look good.
And he's on the way. Here we go. Flaps down. Put a little extra flap off, and he's on the way. Now, let's talk about touring class for a second. Look at how much less flap the Cub types have.
Yeah.
Compared to something like the Boss that we saw fly earlier. Here is Tom Matzenbacher.
Yeah, you were talking about the cord line with Kyle Bushman's flaps on the Backcountry Cub. I mean, it's not even comparable to this. It's so much larger, so much longer.
different airplanes for different missions.
Very
Tom
true.
Matzenbacher on the roll in that FX3. Nick Engel from Cora, Wyoming at the line.
In the Javron Super Cub. I wonder what the weight differences between these aircraft are, along with their engine specs.
Nice. Much shorter takeoff there. Dropping that wing a little bit. Got to get that nose down, but no problems. Well, let's look at that. So Jeff McMahon, his empty weight is 1,080. He's actually the lightest of this heat.
Okay.
Nick Engel, for comparison, 1,150 pounds empty. And Tom Matzenbacher with 1,145 pounds empty weight. So they're pretty close, except for, I mean, they're all within. I guess it depends how much the pilot ate.
Yeah.
Right. But they're all pretty close. Jeff McMahon's airplane is the lightest, though.
It's a good-looking plane too. All these aircraft are good-looking aircraft.
So, and Jeff McMahon, as he's coming around the bend here, been flying since 1984. Total flight time a little over 1,500 hours. He's flown a 140, a 182, a 170, all Cessnas in the past.
Right.
Currently owns a T210, a Cessna T210. With that thing probably is
oh man, that thing probably cooks.
Yeah, that's probably pretty crazy. But he also has a Maul M7 and now this experimental Cub Crafter SS EX2. He actually bought this Cub for his adult sons to learn to fly in.
All right.
But I think Dad was like, wait.
This is nice.
This is nice. I'm going to go fly it in STOL comps. Jeff McMahon now to your left, coming in, what do we call it, medium final? Medium final for Jeff McMahon now.
Schmedium.
Oh, right on the line for Jeff McMahon. That was, man, you can't ask for more accurate landing than that.
Oh, yeah. That was awesome. I got distracted because Michael Lindstrom chimed in on the chat congratulating Jeff and telling him that he must have been practicing.
Yeah, so if you don't know, Michael Lindstrom, another one of the competitors typically in the class with Austin and Jeff Pohl. And likes to throw some smack around. Okay. A little bit of spray coming up from the wet down on Tom Matzenbacher's tires there. And he's stopping nice and short as well. It was hard to say. It looked like it was maybe right on the edge of the line. It would be worth checking. I think it was safe. Here comes Nick Engel now. Little burst of power to get him over the line. He's good over the line. Holding that tail, hold that tail, hold that tail. Look at that. Poetry in motion.
Yes.
Definitely worth the applause we heard. Nick Engel coming in there. So as we finish that run, let's see where things kind of stand. Nick Engel actually. Oh, it's tight. Look at that. All right, Nick Engel in first place with a combined score of 405 feet. Jeff McMahon, second place with a combined score of 406 feet. I told you it was going to happen today.
I feel like I'm watching The Price is Right.
Yeah. Tom Matzenbacher in third, of fairways behind them with 526. But again, we're just getting dialed in. That was just the first run of the class.
Jeffrey getting set up here. And as that tail comes up, you can see that rudder moving. Wow.
Okay, he's here to fight. By the way, I noticed he's got those
gun racks, huh?
The gun racks. I think those add probably, what, 5-10 horsepower per side?
20 knots on the nose.
Add an extra 20 knots for
Extra
the gun racks.
20.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
fair, yeah. Tom Motzenbacher on the line now in that 2019 FX3. What did you call it yesterday, Cam? Italic checkerboard?
Yeah, italicized checkerboard on the rudder. It's slanted back because it goes so fast. And Tom just over 200 feet on that takeoff. We'll see what the number actually is. It's looking like 210, 206. There we go.
Yeah, Jeff McMahon also big improvement down to 183. Nick Engel with the shortest takeoff before that at 210. Let's see if he can take that back from Jeff.
Flaps coming in.
Was that right main off or not? It's hard to, sinking in, but catching it. So what's happening, folks, is as the aircraft climb out of ground effect, they lose that little bit of cushion of air. Ground effect is this weird phenomenon where there's like a cushion of air right below, half a wingspan from the ground. And sometimes if folks climb out of that a little bit too soon before the airplane's at a better flying speed, they'll sink back into that ground effect, and they actually can sink all the way back down to the ground if they're not careful. Nick Engel caught that really well and just put the nose down, got some more speed, and back climbing out. So, Nick Engel, by the way, currently in first place, like we talked about, but Jeff McMahon with a 183-foot takeoff. He does have a lighter airplane, probably part of it. And McMahon in the distance there, turning base to final. And if I'm Jeff and Tom and Nick, I know the reputation of the legend Moak.
Yeah.
I know the reputation of the Badlands Traveler at this point in the season. And I'm thinking, I got to put down some good numbers.
Absolutely.
To protect myself from these other airplanes.
You can't let any of them get away from you. As we hear that stall warning.
McMahon giving up about 75 feet from the line before touching down. I think it's going to be, his landing's going to be a little bit longer than the last one. Tom Motzenbacher turned final there. You guys have backcountry class scores up.
I like the lumbering of the FX3.
Lumbering is not how I'd normally describe something made out of carbon fiber. Here we go. Good over the line for Tom, though. Getting it all stopped. That was really nice. Can you imagine landing up in the mountains with one of those things?
Oh,
and
yeah.
You're down and... I mean, these distances are insanely short. I think we get used to it.
Yeah.
Because we are on the circuit and we see these short distances. But for how high we are and how squirrely the winds have been, amazing. Now, and a scratch for Nick Engel. We heard him trying to save it. We can hear the throttle modulating. Could not get it stopped. So that's going to... is that going to shift things around? That is not going to shift anything around. After that run, the standings stay the same. Tom Motzenbacher defending himself a little bit better from the next heat with now from 526 to 489.
Nick Engel still with the 405 combined total, standing in first place for now.
And it's a bummer for Jeff McMahon because he had the shortest takeoff of the class so far at 183, but he gave it up on the back end on the landing.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you look at the score here, he's 475, and I think I called about 75 foot given up from the line.
Yep.
Here he is rolling for another attempt.
And stick comes back, yeah. Very good timing on that takeoff. Tom Motzenbacher. Very aviation-y sounding name.
I agree. It's a good name.
The tail's coming up.
Nice one for Motzenbacher.
All right.
Sub 225. Nick Engel hoping to continue to defend his first place. Just waiting for the air bosses to give him the go-ahead as Tom turns crosswind. Flaps came. That was well timed.
Yeah.
And again with a little bit of the settling, but I almost wonder if he's just used to it at this point. He knows what he's doing. Pop those flaps down, get all that extra lift, pop into the air, and we are in business. Okay, so now let's look at where we're at. Everyone's got some good takeoff scores this third round. Jeff McMahon will be coming in to combine against a 210-foot takeoff. Tom Motzenbacher, 220. And Nick Engel dropping the gauntlet, 164 on that last takeoff.
Scott Sweet in chat.
Scott Sweet, one of our season competitors, was hoping to make it to this event but couldn't, so he says he's hanging out in Spearfish, South Dakota, watching the competition.
And AirTech Coatings coming in with the Go Javron, as they've had a beautiful Javron leave their shop. Robbie Staten making that aircraft, putting that together. It was a beautiful wrapped aircraft.
And we've got some other National STOL folks in the chat. Colin Caneva, missing him. We can hear the growl of McMahon. Whoa, man, he is good at put it down on the spot. You can see the divot he left with his main tire right there, right after the line. No question about that one. And Bearded Aviator in the chat helping us out with our trivia about Moses Lake says, I'm pretty sure it was 31 feet combined for Jeff Daly. 15-foot takeoff, 16-foot landing. That sounds right.
That sounds right, yeah.
What a day. What a day that was. Okay. Tom Motzenbacher, low and to your left. Ooh. Kind of greasing it in there. If nothing else, points for style.
I mean, really. It sounds good, too.
Yeah. That was a nice one. Going to the replay here. Yeah, like almost tickling the tops of what little vegetation is coming out of the line there.
I saw some grass tumbling like tumbleweed earlier, just a little plug.
Nick Engel holding it off. Good over the line for Nick Engel.
Yeah. Some applause coming from the crowd. Well deserved.
That was a great one, too. He's got to get it stopped. Get it stopped, Nick.
Did he think he scratched?
He didn't scratch.
I mean,
did he think he scratched? That's a rollout for Nick Engel. What is going on? We had the best.
That was the best takeoff for him.
Yeah, and what he doesn't know is, and I have to announce it to the crowd, Jeff McMahon took first place. with a combined score of 376. Oh, heartbreak for Nick Engel on that one, not coming to a stop.
Oh, man.
I feel like that's got to be like, I want to make a public service announcement. It's just like, stop, always stop.
Yeah.
Even if you don't think, always stop. Even if you don't think if you think you scratched, give it a stop. It would have been 263 is what I just heard from race control if he would have stopped. That is,
man.
Ugh. And various other disgruntled noises coming from me and Cam right now in the booth. So, hey, everyone, check out the crowd right now. Go look if you're in the crowd, check out the drone. We want to see you here in Pinedale. Say hi to the drone. It's not weird. It's just a camera in the sky. Thanks so much, Pinedale. Look behind you, can see the National STOL merch booth, the Rocky Mountain STOL merch booth, the Jae Foundation little tent there. You go learn about getting a boot check. Look at that crowd in Pinedale here. I was just handed this, but I don't know in what context. I know what it is. I don't know what the context I need to talk about it is, but this is something new. This is something new that we have here in National STOL. This is the National STOL Safety Award. It's the Safety Award that is given to pilots who maybe need to make a better safety choice. Maybe you make a mistake that isn't in the best interest of safety. You win this award and you get the Safety Award. There is a signature on this one. I don't know if it's good form or not to regale people with the tale, but yeah, this is a thing. Just another thing. Safety is paramount here at National STOL, and sometimes you gotta just call out your colleagues. Hey, now's a great time while we get ready for the next heat to go check out the merch tent. There it is on the screen.
Yeah, go see Sarah. Go see Karen. Say hi. Buy a hat. You're going to need it, especially the straw hats. My dad is very fond of them, so I need to make sure I take one back to him tonight.
Pick up one of those straw hats. I still don't have one. You know why? Because I never know how I'm going to get it home.
Yeah.
How are you going to get that straw hat home?
I'm driving home, so.
Oh, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, if you want it, just give it to me. I'll drive it home. I'll drive out to the next competition, and then you'll have it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just be a traveling hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Cam. All right. So that was the Delta Heat of Adventure class. Jeff McMahon in first place. Nick Engel in second. Stop. Always stop. Stop the tires. Tom Motzenbacher in third with 489. But Jody Card, Jeff Daly, and Brian Steck coming for him. You can see we're repainting the line there to make sure it pops out real well.
Getting all the aromas.
Yeah, we're getting some fumes. It smells so sweet.
Yes, it actually does have a sweet smell to it.
It's that line, that special line painting paint, like athletic line paint.
Yeah.
Is it different, or is it just white spray paint and they just charge a little more for it? I don't know.
Yeah, probably. Probably a little bit, it has a different tip on it, so it sprays upside down.
There you go. Yeah, getting a little buzz. Buzz off that off that spray, that line painting happening. Blowing right into the booth. All right, it's time for more adventure class here at National STOL. Rocky Mountain STOL 2024. It's time for the second heat. Check it out. From Casper, Wyoming, folks, in race number 92 in a 2022 Badlands Traveler. That blue one right there. Give it up for Jody Card. Next up, from Arthur, Nebraska, in race 247, a 2024 Badlands Traveler called the Warhorse. It's Jeff Daly. And it's time for you to meet what I think is probably the loudest airplane you're going to hear today from Mineola, Texas. Race number 513, a 2024 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. Give it up for Brian Steck. You can look, he has been working on that plane, getting it dialed in. One of the things, Cam, he told us at Appalachian Mountain STOL was that because of the airfoil, the slats, the power, his deck angle was so high in Appalachian Mountain STOL. It was the first time competing in it. He was like, I can't see anything.
Yeah.
Like he had to totally figure out his sight picture again compared to his previous MOAC.
Yeah.
Because the nose gets just so high on final approach. And on top of that, there's a huge air scoop on the top of the nose normally. Yep, there it is.
It's
You can
still there,
see it.
yeah.
Even though he's got most of the cowling off, you can see that scoop kind of on the top there. And that eats up another 3 or 4 inches of visibility. So he's like, man, I can't see. I gotta totally change the way that I fly this thing, more of like a classic tail dragger style, right? Like even though you're in the front seat, you're totally blind. You gotta look all out of your periphery. All right, Jody Card, ready to go?
Blowing over some cones.
Okay, let's see how we stack up here.
Looks up 250. Somewhere on the 245 range.
Jeff Daly is here to compete. That race number 247 because he's ready to win 24/7. Full throttle for the Warhorse. Getting that tail. Oh,
man.
Nuts. That was nuts.
Sub 100? Yeah, looking like somewhere around 92, maybe.
That
95.
95-foot takeoff for Jeff Daly. Here's Brian Steck. Now rocking the belly pod. This might be one to plug your ears on when he gives it the full juice.
You haven't said beans yet.
Well, you've been saying beans for me.
I don't want to steal it from you. Oh.
Okay, so you heard it is loud, but some sort of engine issue for Brian Steck there. We heard some popping as it was full throttle there.
So we'll get him off the runway.
Get off the runway and
regroup and recoup. See if there's anything that he needs to do outside the cockpit.
Engine is still operating, and I wonder if that was a little bit of just a misfire based on. There's a couple things that have happened as he's been working the kinks out on that airplane. One, he's rocking nitrous.
Yeah.
2, we're at a very high elevation. You got to get your nitrous plus your air and your oxygen and all that stuff figured out, fuel burn. But the other thing that can happen to that plane, I believe, is a little bit, he's got different fuel tanks in it, and he can move the fuel around for weight and balance and competitive things like that. And it could be an issue where the fuel is a fuel flow issue in terms of like which fuel is in which tank potentially.
Yeah.
Not a safety issue, but more of just like moving things around competitively could be part of what's happening here. I don't know. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But
some changes in CG maybe.
But nothing came flying out of the engine.
Yes.
Right? So that's a good sign. So he's going to get that all checked out right now. Jody Card on. So if it's longer than Schmedium.
Yeah.
Race control, by the way, telling us that Brian Steck did not leave the ground on that takeoff attempt, and thusly will be able to reattempt that first takeoff. If you leave the ground, then it counts, but he hadn't left the ground yet, and obviously made the choice for safety, right? Oh, something's not sounding right. I'm going to yank that throttle back, and we're going to figure it out on the ground. Here comes Jody Card.
We talk about safety. with National STOL, I'm just glad to see that most of our pilots have great aeronautical decision-making skills. Oh, my goodness.
Nice one by Jody Card there. Was that one good?
That was good.
Oh, it was good. It was close, but it was good. I heard a huge holler from the crowd on that one for Jody Card. That was incredible. Jody Card coming with a combined score of 398 on that first run. Jeff McMahon still holding first place. That was a 151-foot landing. Jeff Daly, though, in Warhorse Cam, floating, prowling.
Yes.
Oh, good
man.
over the line for Warhorse. Oh, that is nuts.
I love seeing the gear work on those aircraft.
That almost certainly is going to be enough to put Jeff into first place because that takeoff was stupid.
With 2 O's.
So Jeff Daly now in first place with a combined score of 249. Jeff McMahon from the first heat still holding on in second place. Jody Card in third, but the big question is what is happening with Brian Steck in high strung. Again, did not get to do his first run yet.
But it looks like he's joining the party now. Jody Card
putting down insane numbers. You gotta wonder.
There's magic in those wings.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. He's also got a great sense of humor. Under our pilot bios thing, there's an aircraft section. This is aircraft tires, and Jody just typed in round. And his other mods include bug splatter, so.
Yeah, why have BGs when you have bugs?
Another impressively short one for Jeff Daly. Another sub 100-foot takeoff in Warhorse. He is here to fight. All right, Brian Steck.
High strung.
Let's see what you're made of, buddy.
Just waiting on Jeff to.
There we go. Digging in deep.
Pulling a bit early.
Pulling a little bit early. Not quite enough lift to keep it in the sky there for Brian Steck. I'm wondering if he was making the power he expected.
Yeah.
That time. We saw a little bit of directional movement, a little bit of yaw movement. He got that sorted out, but 242-foot takeoff for Brian Steck. And that's going to be his first takeoff. Remember, his last one
was an abort.
Was an abort for safety, so they'll reward him with another attempt there. And you can hear, listen to how loud that plane is that far away from us right now. That is a loud airplane. All right. Jody Card off in the distance. In the Badlands Traveler, coming down. He's configured for landing. He's got those flaps dropped. He's going to try the lower approach this time, it looks like.
All right.
Big improvement in Jody's takeoff from 247 down to 167.
Just laughing at Jeff's numbers. 95 on the last takeoff, or the previous takeoff, and the most recent one, 96.
working that throttle. Jody holding
Yeah.
it off, bouncing it right
man.
on the line. Look at that, and look how
Wow.
short it's going to be.
Man.
Sub 100-foot landing for Jody Card. Nuts.
I mean,
Absolutely crazy.
he grabbed that Johnson bar, went for it right over the line at the perfect time, dumped the flaps, came straight down.
Watch this replay.
Man.
Like a foot from the line, and yes, like a little bit of a like active faith, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm gonna get rid of the lift, and I'm
we
pretty
go.
sure we're gonna land right there.
Yeah.
Jeff Daly just saw that, no question.
Those oleo struts.
Oh, giving up a
Oh.
lot for Jeff Daly there. Floating it in. That's not going to be great combined with his 96-foot takeoff. You guys are putting this. Yeah, you fixed it. There you go. Jody Card, by the way, 84-foot landing. The scores just came in. He's now in second place. Jeff McMahon holding third. Jody Card with a combined score of 251. So real close to Jeff Daly's first one at 249. They're just a few feet apart. Daly didn't what?
Talking to race control right now.
What's up? What was up with Daly? Brian Steck. Look at that deck angle. Good over the line
yeah.
for Brian Steck. And stopped so short. Nuts. Adventure class. Is adventure class the new sport class?
I mean,
What is happening?
it's sporty.
Sporty for sure. So Jeff Daly rolled out on that. I feel like I am gonna make a public service announcement. Always stop.
Always.
Always stop. Now Jeff Daly did give up a ton of footage there on the landing, right? He kind of floated it in.
So we can understand.
You can understand why he did it. I get it. But the bigger thing is if you think you scratched, get on those brakes. Doesn't
yeah.
matter.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's twice now today in Pinedale that pilots have given up otherwise what could have been competitive takeoff scores to rollouts. Waiting for Brian Steck's landing score to come in. As everyone circles around. So again, Jeff Daly holding off Jody Card by just 2 feet. And Brian Steck, we'll see where he lined up. His first takeoff that was on the books, 242.
As we get lined up here. All right, Jody Card's on the go. We can see directly into his cockpit, and we can see the stick forward and the flap movement. There's a lot going on in there right now.
Jeff Daly waiting in the gates. Nuts. That right main hung on a little bit too long for his taste, I bet, but still sub 125. And we do have the score now for Brian Steck's first run, 343 feet combined. That's going to push him into third place. Jeff McMahon now off the podium in fourth.
I love watching that tail come up.
Nice one. Okay, that's probably more of what we're used to seeing from Brian Steck.
Not very loud on that takeoff, despite it being the loudest aircraft on this circuit, I would say. Like, that was a little deception.
You know, I know that a number of the competitors run like different fuel tunes and things like that.
Yeah.
So they can actually tune the engine based on density, altitude, octane, things like that. And
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that maybe was an issue for Brian too, where it wasn't the tune he was running wasn't exactly right for what he needed.
Yeah.
So now he's running a different configuration.
We can still hear it, but it sounds a little different. The decibels are a lot less.
That's right. Normally it's got that T6 type sound.
Yeah.
So the real question is going to be, can Jeff Daly's 2-foot lead in front of Jody Card stand? As they loop around into the traffic pattern here, we got Jody Card up front first, coming in low. In that Badlands Traveler, not only does it have round wheels, it says here under Aircraft Performance Mods, booster rockets.
Oh.
We haven't seen those yet, so maybe that's a thing that will come out.
Recessed JATO tanks.
Right. Here he comes. Man,
he's got it dialed
Look
in.
at that. These Badlands pilots are really good at getting it right on the line. Nice round of applause from the crowd on that one for Jody Card.
You talk about having a plane for the right mission, and the Badlands Traveler is the plane for the right mission. I mean, like, for this mission, it's phenomenal. It's fantastic.
Jeff Daly gonna drop it in hard. Not afraid to plop it down. Sub 100-foot landing for Jeff Daly. Oh, man. I'm waiting for these scores to pop in here,
Yeah.
and I am so curious. That was if I'm reading this correctly, a 93-foot landing for Jeff Daly combined with a 120-foot takeoff. Wait for Jody Card's landing distance to still come in. Brian Steck still with an extra run to go. Jody Card going to be at 2:51 still for his best pairing. And Jeff Daly extending his lead to 2:13. Brian Steck, a little bit of throttle. Whoa, look at that.
Oh, man.
That is nuts. Was that 78 feet? I don't even know what to do. This class, we have seen so much innovation in this class this season. It is like, what's going to happen next season? What's going to happen in 2025?
The UFO class. That's what's going to happen.
Feels like we already have that.
I don't disagree.
So Brian Steck has one more run to do. Right now, the current standings, Jeff Daly with a combined score of 213 in first place. Brian Steck now, things are getting bounced around a little bit. Brian Steck now in second place with a combined score of 220. So he could still take it from Jeff. He's that close in performance. And Jody Card with 251 now in third place. Brian Steck could completely reshuffle the podium right now.
Yeah.
Nice clean takeoff for Brian Steck. They're talking about 124, maybe 123, which will be Brian's shortest takeoff.
122.
122
All right.
for Brian Steck on that takeoff. That's his best by 10 feet. What is happening, Cam?
Oh,
What is
man.
happening? I don't even know how to read. Sorry.
Yep.
You talk.
Oh, he's within 2 feet of Jeff Daly's 120 takeoff on his last actual takeoff. So I mean, happy for him.
I'm happy for you, buddy.
As he comes back around, we can just hear that monstrous engine doing its thing, living its life, living its best life.
So Brian built his first MOAC back in 2019. Started in Sodbusters in 2021 and has since also participated in Arkansas and has competed in the Reno Air Races in 2022.
Yeah.
This aircraft, Gladiator 390, 31-inch Aero Classic tires, 3-blade Kato propeller, shock monster suspension, and he has, actually, what's really interesting, he's got one of the highest gross weights in the class this weekend. 2,000-pound aircraft gross weight, empty weight of 1,200. You want to talk about the Badlands, though, in comparison, 970 pounds for the Badlands Traveler piloted by Jody Card.
Wow.
That's a big difference.
That's a really big difference.
Those pounds add up.
It's almost as light as my Champ.
So Brian Steck now coming in. Short final. 2 year left. Flaps down. Already, look at the way the elevator is working there. Keeping that pitch exactly where he needs it. Burst of throttle. Oh, giving up a bit of distance there. He's going to get heavy on the brakes. And I don't believe that is going to do it for first place for Brian Steck. Just a little bit too long.
But still very impressive. These numbers are like, they're not numbers that you're going to do in a Cherokee.
No, and there's not numbers that you're going to do in any plane at, what are we, almost 10,000 feet density altitude now?
Yeah.
Like, it's getting warm here in Pinedale.
No hate on the Cherokee, as we have a competitor that flies in the Cherokee himself and throws that around phenomenally.
Yeah, density altitude as of 45 minutes ago, 9,698 feet. All right, let's wrap up this adventure class. Hang on for a quick commercial break, and we'll be out at the podium here in Pinedale, Wyoming.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
You said that the most common position for the CEO Guardians over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally in somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275. His ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, these 2 audio jacks here, and this particular prop de-ice one is going to end up in this here. You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the CO Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's 7, 9 holes that actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
And we're back here in Pinedale, Wyoming. How's that for a competition, folks? Yeah, that was insane. What is even happening? STOL it never ceases to surprise you. Okay, let's give it up for our adventure class pilots over here. Gentlemen, that was mostly just for me really fun to watch. Here, let's give you the scores. With a combined score of 251 feet, third place goes to Jody Card. In second place, with a combined score of 220 feet, give it up for Brian Steck. And actually here, Brian, we're going to keep everyone in suspense. Brian, talk to me about that first run.
Why don't y'all tell me what happened?
Oh, I don't know. What happened?
Well, y'all know I'm running nitrous, and it just didn't work. We never did get a chance to test it up here in the high density altitude, and it just didn't work out. So had to kill it, shut it down, and come back around without it.
Well, even without it, second place, and in first place by 7 feet with a combined score of 213 feet. Give it up for Jeff Daly. Jeff, you were pretty confident heading in, feeling pretty good about today, I guess.
Yeah, you know, Clint and Crystal Busenitz that designed this airplane are here, so we couldn't let them down, and my daughter was here for her first fly-in ever, so we had to give it what it had.
Rock on out. Where is your daughter over there? Everyone can clap for her. There we go. Everyone give a round of applause for Jeff's daughter over there. We'll bring him on home. We'll get up there. Let's go. Give it up for your adventure class again, folks, here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2024. What a competition we had. A lot of innovation happening in this class this year. Totally incredible. And I hear negotiations happening about who's going to spray who. I'm going to get out of the way. They just want to go after Reese. Oh, they nailed him. Nice work, gentlemen. All right, well, the action isn't over. Oh, you got me a little bit. Hey. It's not over yet. We've got sport class coming up right after this. Hang in, Pinedale. It's going to be awesome.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
Grab one pin.
class. Rick holding it.
Taking the big bounce.
Okay.
He's sliding.
Came down and I was braking and it just shattered across the weld.
My name is Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Zenith 750, flying in the Spark class. My dad and I would always go to events and things like that, and I would always look up and just see people flying. And for me, it was something that I dreamed of doing. It's something that he dreamed of doing. We grew up like kind of poorish, and he was a cop and couldn't really afford to do that kind of stuff. So after I got out of the military, I started looking at aviation, and I was like, man, I think I could do that. Wound up completing that dream of his and mine to become a pilot. And anyone can do it. I know if I can do it, other people can do it.
Howdy, I'm Levi No Guess. I'm from Killeen, Texas. I'm here for the fun. If I win, that's great. If I don't, I'm still having a blast.
My name is Sheldon Hetherington. I'm flying Redbird, a Zenith 750 STOL.
Here's Sheldon now in Redbird, overcome that axle issue that he had and now has it up and running.
New prop I'm trying. I just got it from eProps, and it's totally amazing.
Hi, I'm Dennis Rowe. I fly a Just Aircraft Highlander, and I'm in the sport class. What do you say? You done it. You own it, and you learn from it, and you thank God. And in this case, it was not too serious.
You know, here's the embarrassing part. I always said, boy, you put a Highlander on its nose, you got to be an overachiever.
And we have a prospect.
Yeah. I had to entertain everybody.
I started off at a young age, probably 3 years old, racing motocross.
You know, I come from a stunt background and I was a professional bull rider. It just, what's next? Let's do it.
And we're back at Rocky Mountain STOL in Pinedale, Wyoming. Sunny, beautiful Pinedale, Wyoming. We're going to bring you the results of the last class that we had.
The adventure class, and I just took a look at the weather, by the way. 6 gusting 14 now, so getting a little bit of wind. All right, Let's take a look. Jeff Daly in first place with 213.
Brian Steck in second place with 220. Jody Card in third place with 251. Jeffrey McMahon in fourth place with 376. Nick Engel in fifth place with 405 feet. Tom Motzenbacher with 489 feet.
For sixth place. And then this is the sport class coming to you here in Pinedale, Wyoming. Joel Rourke going to be flying that new 2024 Cub Crafter Carbon Cub UL. Jonas Marcinko in a 2024 Kit Fox 4. Joel Milloway, 1996 Rans S7, and Pat McIntyre, 2006 Rans S7. So that's going to be the sport class. Interesting, because normally sport class is like triple heat deep.
Yeah.
And this weekend, it's the other classes that are doing that. We've got the touring class, the adventure class, all multiple heats. Some really tight competition, honestly. No one in this class right now, this weekend, feels like they won't or don't have a chance to take first place. During practice yesterday, Pat McIntyre, Joel Milloway kind of continuing their rivalry as it's happened all through the season. Joel Rourke, this new 2024 Carbon Cub UL, that's the first time we've seen it in competition. It's turboed, it's hardcore, it's going to make a splash for sure. And then Jonas Marcinko, not someone we've seen on National STOL Circuit yet, but it's a name that you might recognize.
Yep.
He's got a little YouTube channel you might want to check out. He was putting down numbers in the Kit Fox 4 yesterday that were kind of blowing our minds.
Yeah, we were having a good time with him.
So going to be an intense and exciting sport class. Looks like we've got some engines started, got some props turning. We're actually on board right now. If you're online, you're seeing on board with Pat McIntyre. Little fist bumps for us there. Thanks, Pat. So he's getting ready to go. The rest of the competitors are firing up. Now would be a good time to remind you, after that adventure class and heading into this sport class, go to nationalstol.com/vote to vote for your favorite pilot. That's nationalstol.com/vote. Vote for your favorite pilot for that Ralph Wentz audience award. A lot at stake for that. Cash prize, gift baskets, those sorts of things. Really exciting. We're going to be awarding that. Voting for that ends after the last landing of the competition today. So make sure you get your vote in. If you know who you want to vote for, vote now. If you got to wait and see, just make sure you vote before competition closes. Don't forget, time is running out to visit the merch booths, including the Rocky Mountain STOL booth, to purchase one of the one-wheel raffle tickets. If you want to get yourself a one-wheel, that might be an easy way to do it. And let's introduce you to the competitors coming on up. From Waverly, Nebraska, race 91 in the Cub Crafters 2024 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub UL. It's Joel Rourke. Something completely different taxiing up to the line now. From Twin Falls, Idaho, race 102 2024 Kit Fox Fords, Jonas Marcinko. From Blackfoot, Idaho, in race number 4, a 1996 Rans S7. Give it up for Joel Milloway. And in race number 40 from Lincoln, Nebraska, in the 2006 Rans S7, give it up for Pat McIntyre. And that will be your sport class here at Rocky Mountain STOL. Cam, who's your money on heading into this competition?
Oh man, that's a loaded question, sir, because Patrick has won many times in the past. Joel's won in the past, and Jonas is doing very well in his Kit Fox. The Cub Crafters is really performing with the turbo and in this high density altitude. So I honestly don't know. I would say, I mean, Patrick is my guy, right? Like, I'm always pulling for Patrick, but I want to see Jonas win. I want to see what numbers he's going to put down for us today, because practice was really cool.
Practice was like surprising.
Yeah.
Was not expecting that. I was expecting kind of the usual competition between Pat and Joel, and we've got some surprises on our hands.
You hear turbo spooling on that UL?
Okay, all right, it's fine. Just already sub 150 feet.
Yeah,
it's fine.
You know.
We did hear the turbo spooling up on that. That's a Rotax 916. That aircraft weighs 960 pounds. This aircraft coming up a little bit lighter, weighing empty weight of 620 pounds. Jonas Marcinko on the line.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, nuts. Okay,
oh, man.
this is absolutely crazy. Another sub 125 foot. Here's not Jonas, Joel. Everyone but Pat has a J name, by the way. Yeah. Joel Milloway this time. In the Tiger Shark. Floating it off as well. Looks like they've got a left crosswind based on the way the flags are flopping, but we've lost that gustiness that we had during the adventure class. Pat McIntyre on the line from Lincoln, Nebraska. Check us out on board with him right now as he gets ready to go. This is a Rotax 914 powered aircraft, producing about 155 horsepower.
I love that onboard cam.
Yeah, look at that. I love watching all the ways, just being able to see how Pat's working the aircraft, right? Like, especially the flaps. That's a Rans S7 modification. Most people do is put what we call like the Carbon Cub flap position, right? Yeah. Having the flaps up in front instead of on the floor. So let's take a look at the scores for takeoff. Joel Rourke, 146. Jonas Marcinko with the shortest takeoff, 120 feet. Joel Milloway, 137, and Pat McIntyre, 125.
Jeez.
Here's Joel Rourke now in the Carbon Cub. Oh,
little balloon.
Okay. Gotta wonder if that was wind-based or throttle-based, but he's decided to go around, and we can't ever question that. You gotta.
Absolutely.
Well, we can. If someone does it, and it's like obviously they did it to get a better score, but coming in a little hot, had that balloon decided to just go around for safety. All good over here. That means that Jonas Marcinko is going to be our first landing. And, yeah, just to confirm, Race Control said we confirmed he never touched down, so we will call it a go-around, no problem. Jonas Marcinko now kind of like a butterfly, just floating in this ultralight Kit Fox 4 he's built.
Foxy.
Look at the tail wheel design as it passes by. It's very unique. Looks different than other tail wheels I've seen.
Yeah.
Ooh, holding it off. Nice for Jonas. Ooh,
Oh.
Okay, little sporty for Jonas on the landing there.
He looks like he's good, though. Maybe a little rattle.
Yeah, that tail started to come up. He got it down and then lost some directional control. And so he's going to be issued a warning by Race Control. That's not something that can happen more than once to you, I believe.
And you're right about his tail wheel design. Like, it looks like a wheel. It looks like a skid with a wheel at the tip. Like, not necessarily just normal springs. Like, there's something weird going on there. Not weird in a bad way, just weird in a different way.
I wonder if it's a play for lightness, right? Like a more simple, like it's a leaf spring versus like all the pieces we're used to seeing maybe.
Yeah.
Joel Milloway now over the line. He's good over the line. Getting it good and stopped. And looking at the flags now, we might have no wind. We might be winds calm right now. The windsock off in the distance showing still either well, there you go. It's moving between a quartering tailwind and a quartering headwind, but nil in terms of intensity. So just again from Race Control, Jonas Marcinko, number 102, issued a warning for that last landing. Pat McIntyre now holding it off, bouncing over the line.
Stop.
Getting it stopped.
There we go.
And Joel Rourke now bringing up the rear due to his go-around in the Carbon Cub UL.
And this is the first time that aircraft has competed in this competition, correct?
First time it's ever competed ever.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, these you can't even technically buy these yet. They're producing them in 2025. This is one of the pre-pro models that Cub Crafters has made. Here he comes now. Good over the line, giving up a lot. Gave up a lot of distance there. He's got to get heavy on the brakes. And he's just going to roll out.
He's going to roll through, it looks like. Oh, he stopped, but there's nobody down there.
So not what I would expect.
Yeah.
That was kind of an interesting first round of Sport Class. The standings right now, Jonas Marcinko in first place with 296. Joel Milloway and Pat McIntyre tied for second with 322. Joel Rourke in fourth with 546.
Okay.
So here's what we got to watch for, right? You got to believe that that was hopefully an anomaly for Jonas. He's not going to do, and not going to lose directional control at the end like he did. It was just at the end a little pirouette there, but you can't have that happen.
Right.
Joel and Patrick, something's got to give there on that tie. This has gotta.
I mean, let's see, right? Patrick. But, I mean, Joel, both of them are very competitive, like extremely competitive, even though Patrick's going to be, you know, a little bit more on the cool side of the pillow about it. So as our ring light falls down.
It's fine.
It's fine. The wind's blowing. It's fine. But, yeah, this class is turning out to be very interesting. Like we thought yesterday, we talked about it yesterday being, you know, it's going to be pretty interesting coming into it, and we're seeing some cool numbers.
Well, and it'll be interesting to see what – I don't think we've seen the full potential from Joel Rourke yet.
Yeah.
That didn't feel like what we saw in practice yesterday.
That tail comes up. Oh,
there
wow.
we go.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
That's more of what we saw during practice yesterday from Joel Rourke. Judges are pointing sub 100. Jonas Marcinko. Now check out the wheels, the tires. That's like something out of the Steve Henry playbook.
Yeah.
The knobby tires.
Got some knobs going on, some cleats.
That was a 95-foot takeoff for Joel Rourke. And I think we're going to see very similar sub 100 for Jonas. We've got a nice headwind right now.
Yeah.
Winds have kind of swept around to a headwind. Everyone's hoping to get off the ground. Hoping everyone else in front of them will get off the ground before the wind changes.
Yeah.
Joel Milloway at the line. 95 feet for Jonas as well.
Interesting. And Tiger Shark lifting off the ground. Sub 125. Yep. Looks like 123 maybe. We'll see. As we wait on Joel Milloway to turn crosswind.
And it's a lot of crosswind, but a lot of wind for Pat. And he's sub 125 as well. Almost a direct crosswind for him. But
yeah.
So look at that. We've got 95, 95, 125, and I'm guessing they're discussing 111 for Pat McIntyre on that takeoff.
Yeah.
This is going to be tight. Katrina in the chat is asking you when you're going to compete in the champ, and answer that question after this landing.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's a little bit more what we'd expect based on practice from Joel Rourke. Still kind of long. Sub 200 feet.
He gave up probably 25 feet maybe. To answer the question, Kat, I don't know. I'm loving some champ life. I need some more friends with no flaps to come to competition, and then we can have a class, right? The no flaps and 100 horsepower or less class. But if we have at least 4 competitors show up for a competition, then we have a class. So I guess we got 1, and then we need 3 more.
3 more champs.
I can think of some names right now. But one of these days.
All right, Jonas Marcinko now coming in low and to your left in that Kit Fox. Rocking those flapperons. Rocking those knobbies. Oh, got it over the line.
Yes.
And a much better job keeping it straight.
Yep.
Keeping that tail down. Sub 150 foot again. Oh, not again. It was 176 before. Sub 150 feet now for Jonas Marcinko.
Oh, man. That's 143 for that. So combined total of 238. He's still in the lead.
So, yeah, Joel Rourke was very briefly in the lead with 292.
Yeah.
He is now back into second place, or knocked back, excuse me, into second place with 292. That puts Pat McIntyre in third and Joel Milloway in fourth. Here comes Joel Milloway now. Balloon a little bit, getting it over the line.
All
Good
right,
over
yeah.
the line. And he's got it stopped near 125.
I wonder what the discussion is going to be back at camp between Joel and Jonas, since they're buddies.
Oh, there's a little bit of a camaraderie, a little bit of a friendly rivalry going on there.
Maybe not a friendly, well, yeah, probably a friendly rivalry, especially now with Joel Milloway and Jonas.
On board now with Pat McIntyre. Watch the approach. Watch what he does with his hands. Ooh, got it right over the line.
All right.
Get it stopped, Pat. Nice. 105 maybe. Back at Sodbusters, it's like you never, like Pat just knows sometimes how to just activate.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now.
Let's see what this landing score is.
So right now, before this landing score, Jonas in first, Joel Milloway in second, Joel Rourke in third. But that was real short for Pat McIntyre, as Joel Rourke pulls up to the line for his last run. And Pat McIntyre now in first place with 215 feet combined.
Here we go.
Still, honestly, anyone's game.
Really?
Right now, it's interesting because the S7s are not keeping up in terms of takeoff distances with the first two planes, but they're putting down better landing distances. 95-foot takeoff again for Joel Rourke. Jonas Marcinko on the line. That was really short. That might be the shortest takeoff of the class and maybe one of the shortest takeoffs of the competition. Here comes Joel Milloway.
Oh, yeah, sub 100 for Joel Milloway. As Patrick comes up to the line. Waiting for Joel to get into to turn crosswind so Patrick can take off.
And the winds are looking good for Pat right now. Getting that tail up right away, taking a huge bite. And they're talking just over 100 feet for Pat McIntyre. We'll wait for these scores to all come in. Want to talk about one of our friends of the National STOL Circuit, iFly EFB. iFly EFB is the complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows that has all the advanced features pilots want and the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. The iFly EFB team brings together the perfect balance of technology and real-world flight experience. iFly EFB actually offering 3 prize packs per 1 year, which are 1-year subscriptions at each event, which are rotating through the various classes. And I hear a plane coming. Here's Joel Rourke now. Right over the line.
Yes.
Perfect accuracy.
Looking like 100, maybe sub 100.
What is going to happen? It is so tight. That was a 95-foot takeoff combined with a 104-foot landing. That puts Joel Rourke in first now.
Okay.
It is going to, it's like a deck of cards. We're just shuffling around.
as Jonas comes in.
Now, he had the shortest takeoff of the class at 74 feet. In that Kit Fox 4.
Ridiculous.
Watching him just fight that wind. It's mostly headwind for him now. We could see something really special here.
Oh, yes.
Wow, right on the line for Jonas. And really well controlled to the stop. Just over 100 feet for Jonas Marcinko there. Watching that on replay.
Wow.
Amazing. Amazing landing for Jonas Marcinko. Here comes Joel Milloway now on Schmedium final.
By the way, Jonas is now in the lead.
So, again, everything's shuffling around. Jonas Marcinko in the lead with 181. Second place, Joel Rourke now 199. That puts Pat McIntyre in third with 215. Here comes the Tiger Shark. Oh, wow.
All these guys.
Wowie zowie.
They have the same strike zone. Like, it is.
Yeah, they're going to make a hole.
Yeah.
We're going to have to replace our divots. They're all beating up the same exact spot just over the line.
Joel giving us a little smoke.
Joel now up in second place. Just 6 feet behind Jonas. Pat McIntyre.
As he comes in low and to the left.
Little bit of power, getting that tail down.
Yeah.
Oh, get it stopped! Nice one. Right around 100-foot landing. I mean, think about how high we are. Think about how little wind we have. We are seeing insane performance in the sport class. A 96-foot landing for Pat McIntyre, which is super impressive. That is going to wrap up the sport class here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2024. As we get ready to head over to our podium presentation, I want to talk about Lift Aviation. Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe today's pilots deserve much more than what is currently offered in the way of products they wear in the cockpit. Lift Aviation is bridging that gap, making those products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. They actually provide 2 helmets to borrow, available for rookies to borrow if they need them when they come in. So we have 2 Lift Aviation helmets that get loaned out to all the new pilots. They offered gift certificates for each class winner at every event, and then helmets are going to be awarded to the annual points winners of each class at the end of the year. So that's Lift Aviation. We will be right back with the stunning conclusion of the sport class in just a few minutes.
Genuine Aircraft Hardware Company has been holding aviation together since 1984. Nuts, bolts, screws, washers, and other fasteners fill our Billing, Montana warehouse. We also have items like tubing, hinge, gang channel, and much more. Instead of supporting the bigger guys, consider shopping small and supporting an old-fashioned small family business. Our toll-free number is 888-247-2738, and our email address is sales@genhardware.com. We look forward to helping you keep your plane in the sky where it belongs.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolid's installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
And we are back here in Pinedale, Wyoming. Let's give it up, Pinedale, for our sport class competitors. I want to talk. First through fourth place were divided up only by 20 feet. You can go, ooh. Oh, they didn't do it. All right, anyway, 20 feet. Holy cow. In fourth place, you'll see why I'm saying this in a second, with a score of 201 feet, Pat McIntyre. In third place, with a score of 199 feet, Joel Rourke. Get on up there, Joel. In second place, with a combined score of 187 feet, Joel Milloway. And in first place, with a combined score of 181 feet, Jonas Marcinko. Jonas, congratulations.
I'm so stoked.
Talk to us a little bit about what it was like out there today.
It was pretty gnarly. Yeah, the winds are just all over the place. That first landing was a little close, but yeah, I just did my best.
Well, the best definitely worked. Anyone you want to say hi to at home?
Of course. Sylvia and my daughter and all my friends and family, yeah. And my dad, and yeah, so.
Rock on. Well, get up there, Jonas. Congratulations. It's your sport class, Rocky Mountain STOL. Congratulations. Now it's time to celebrate. Oh, geez, they're going for it right away. Oh, I think they finally got us, Reese. All right, one more round of applause for your sport class. Here in Pinedale, Wyoming, we're going to be back now with the unlimited class. Hold on to your butts. We'll be back in a little bit. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. Round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody.
the plow. It's good. Textbook. You might be sub 60 feet on that one. The unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the beast mode coax, Colin Kaniva.
Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
He pushes me and I push him, and same with Hal. We're challenging each other. Everyone's like, whoa, this is gonna be close.
I have beat him, but not often. I gotta be really on my game and he's gotta be off his a little bit.
The hard work happens with the majority of what Steve does before we get here. It's the innovations, the development of the new parts, testing them, all that. And a lot of that has to do with what Steve does before we get here.
Really excited. I just hung my weights and got everything ready for traditional STOL, and I'm just excited to get going.
I usually fly a Highlander, but I sold it. I'm rebuilding a new one that's going to be pretty competitive at both National STOL and STOL Drag, so I'm excited about that, but it ain't ready yet.
I fly my Rands off a grass strip in airport about 15 minutes from my house. Rick and Colin Kaniva, both really good friends of mine. Colin has a place with a strip behind his house that's flown in and out of there.
Patrick and I, we got a little bit of a grudge match going. Come on, get it stopped, Charles. Get it stopped, Charles. No! You know, had to let it all hang out.
Oh, man,
One way or another, we're going to stop it, even if it's sideways.
It was so fun. I got to fly the unlimited. You can't beat it.
And we're back at Rocky Mountain National STOL competition.
Woo!
It's been
it was something.
That last class was definitely something.
That was something. Great to see Jonas kind of coming into the circuit and just dropping it. Like, hey guys, guess what? I'm here now. That's really great. That was fun to see. And how tight were they? I mean, 20 feet?
20 feet between first place and fourth place. I mean, we have Jonas in first place at 181, Joel Milloway in second place at 187, Joel Rourke at 199, and Patrick McIntyre at 201.
And how I just got to I'm going to pour one out for my buddy Pat McIntyre. That's got to hurt a little bit to be just 2 feet off the podium there.
Yeah,
seriously. That is tight in the sport class. We are gearing up now for the final class of the day. Unlimited.
Just a little sad. It's the last class.
You're still a little sad about it?
Yeah, because
yeah.
After this, it's next competition.
Yeah, then we gotta wait until Oregon.
Yeah, yeah.
But so unlimited class coming up. This is the no holds barred, anything goes type class. We've got a unique matchup for you right now. We've got Hal Stockman there in the Rands S7. Let's introduce him to you properly from Elko, Nevada. Race number 3 in a 2023 Rands S7. Give it up for Hal Stockman. And behind him in a totally different kind of airplane. From Nampa, Idaho, race number 44, the 2022 Just Aircraft Wild West Aircraft Highlander XL. Give it up for Steve Henry. So we are going to see, well, there's a couple things happening here, right, Cam? We've got Steve Henry in the fire-breathing 400 horsepower turbocharged beast that is Yeehaw 8.
Yes.
And then we've got Hal Stockman flying
a borrowed aircraft.
James Johnson's aircraft, because Hal is building a new airplane.
Yes.
And that airplane should be ready by Oregon Trail STOL next month. But in the meantime, he wants to keep his chops sharp. And so he's competing in that plane. You've got a plane with 1 million horsepower flying against a plane with a little bit less than 100 horsepower, probably, given the density altitude today.
Yep.
But Hal, if what he said in that package is true, he beats him every once in a while just by being consistent, right? Even the greats, Hal Stockman, Steve Henry.
Yeah.
Everyone scratches now and again.
Absolutely. That's part of the points. Or no points.
Hal Stockman now on the line. The most famous man on the internet who's not on the internet.
Waiting for the air bosses to give us the okay.
So it'll be interesting to see how this all stacks up here at Rocky Mountain STOL 2024. Also, I should mention the unlimited class is there's a cash entry for the unlimited class.
All right.
And that prize pack.
Hal Stockman on the takeoff roll.
Just willing it into the air, and he's going to come back down. Touch back down there for Hal Stockman. So that's going to be a long takeoff for him in that aircraft. Look at meanwhile, Steve Henry's squatting down, releasing the nitrogen from that tail wheel. Get a little more angle of attack. He's crabbed into the wind. Okay. That's dumb.
Yes.
I always have feelings about it. It is so much all the time.
Why is it exciting every time?
It's exciting every time. It's like 28 feet, I bet we're going to see. Hal Stockman, of course, with 600 plus on that takeoff. That's not normal Hal Stockman performance.
Right.
Something's going on there a little bit. He's got to get it dialed in. Steve Henry, we're waiting for the number to come in, but
it's going to be redonkulous.
33 feet.
All right.
Now, we talked about it at the top of the day.
Yep.
You can turbo and horsepower your way through the density altitude, but you can't turbo and horsepower your wing.
Right.
So the great equalizer, if there is one in the unlimited class today, is going to be the landings.
Absolutely. And the wind.
And the wind. Absolutely. Here comes Hal Stockman now. With a scratch from Hal Stockman, too.
We know he's getting things dialed in, so, and, I mean.
Not his normal airplane.
Not his normal airplane.
And look at what the wind just did.
I mean.
Nothing.
It's stale.
It just quit on him. Here comes Steve Henry. And if I'm not mistaken, running the 5-blade propeller.
Yes.
Yeah, getting a little extra go up here in the mountains.
A little extra chomp in there.
Low and to your left. Here he comes, holding it off with the throttle. Just modulating that throttle.
Love that dance. All right.
Oh, so short for Steve Henry there, sub 100 feet. But that's what I mean about the great equalizer, because we were seeing sub 100-foot landings in
From
the sport class.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
and in the unlimited class, like when Dan Reynolds comes to play, we see landings 10 feet. I think earlier this season we saw a 10-foot landing from Dan Reynolds. That's shorter than the airplane is long for him. So the altitude equalizing the landings a little bit for us this weekend. Here comes Hal Stockman again. Let's see what he does now. Hopefully not too rattled from that last takeoff.
And Hal Stockman on the roll. That tail's coming up. He's going to pull back on the stick a little early. But check out that deck angle. Yeah. Okay. He's climbing out.
That landing score coming in from Steve Henry, 94 feet for a combined score of 127. Steve Henry blowing dust at us. Look at that. Oh, we're going to get so much dust in our mouths.
Oh, it's already
my God,
here.
Steve. Steve. Now it looks like we've got a little bit of a tailwind action happening on the race course. That takeoff first, Hal Stockman, 313, so a big improvement there. Still getting it dialed in. Steve Henry, what's your guess? Similar distance?
As his first takeoff, yeah, absolutely.
It was 33 feet. Do you think that one was shorter?
No, I think it might have been a little bit longer.
The way the flags are blowing, I think that would make sense. He's getting blown a little bit further back, not getting as much wind over the wings.
Yeah.
Well, they come around. Oh, he already is here.
All right.
Hal Stockman's here. Hello, everybody. Getting it stopped. There we go. So Hal Stockman will be on the board.
Sub 275. Might be closer to 250. We'll see here in a moment.
Big reminder that this is your last chance to vote for the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award at nationalstol.com/vote. Nationalstol.com/vote. Get your votes in because that gets turned off as soon as we have our final landings of the Unlimited class. Prizes will be awarded on the runway after our podium presentation for Unlimited. Here comes Steve Henry now. Oh, hanging it on the prop.
Yeah.
Dropping it in. Didn't even have the tail go up at all. Just landed in three-point attitude like that. So he had a 47-foot takeoff that time.
Looking something like 115-ish on the landing.
So his first one may be the shortest one. Yeah, 127 still holding 160 on that pairing for Steve Henry. The other thing we got to talk about as we get ready to go for this last go-around of the Unlimited class is the last one of our sponsors we need to mention, which is Sarasota Avionics. They're a long-term partner of National STOL. They're your authorized Garmin dealer and the #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. They've got upfront pricing, superior service, and expert consultants. They're your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. And, of course, Sarasota Avionics offering Garmin prizes for the Unlimited class winners that you're going to see today. Hal Stockman on the line in the S7. Best score so far for Hal Stockman, 573. Watching the wind. Windsock says it's a crosswind. Maybe a tailwind based on the angle you're at, but our flags. Okay, just heard from race control that we are going to switch runways, but we're only going to switch the line. We're not going to reset all of the various distance markers. So they are going to, with no real delay, they're just going to taxi to the other side. Oh, Hal's taken off.
Yeah, just getting some practice in.
So maybe we won't do that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Race Control telling us that they offered the change to the unlimited competitors and they just went for it. So sounds like we're going to keep this runway orientation. Hal Stockman off and already in the pattern. Steve Henry spooling it up. That looked
shorter than the first one.
It did. Now the shortest one he's had so far the shortest one he's had so far was 33 feet.
My eyes are coughing. That's why you're not hearing me cough.
3:05 for Hal Stockman on his takeoff. Let's see what Steve Henry's comes in at. Coming around the bend, Hal Stockman there. Got to be kind of fun for James to have Hal Stockman flying his plane.
Yeah. It's a good
Here he
plane.
comes over the line, and a scratch for Hal Stockman. So 2 scratches for Hal in a borrowed airplane.
Yep.
Let's be real. Difficult to fly a new plane, even though he's got a lot of time in S7s.
Right,
it's
but
not this S7.
Exactly. And you know all the secret mods that he had in his S7 previous to this.
I mean, that airplane was probably much lighter than the one that he's flying today.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes Steve Henry. Wig-wag lights, those arrow LEDs, putting in work so we can see him in the Wyoming sky. Big balloon up, gonna drop it in.
Oh, man.
Look at that. I hope you had your cameras up for that one, folks. That'll be good on TikTok and Instagram later. What a landing by Steve Henry. Watch this replay. Here we go. Big balloon up. Dropping it in. Right on those knobby tires, Steve Henry. With a 139-foot landing. His shortest will be 127. We will be back in just a moment with Steve Henry and Hal Stockman after this.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses while we were at Oshkosh. We went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. Then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes. Awesome glasses.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
And we are back with the final podium presentation of Rocky Mountain STOL 2024. What an insane day it's been, everybody. Thank you so much to such a great crowd here in Pinedale. We had an awesome unlimited class we just watched. I'm going to come back here to these two gentlemen who I always get a little nervous when I get to talk to them because they're kind of a big deal. Here, I'll come over here. Hal, combined score of 573. Rocking someone else's plane, but you've got something in store for us maybe by Oregon. Is that, can we talk about that?
Yeah, I think so. It's really close, so it's just get it all finished up, but it's a Badlands Vaquero, the cowboy. It's the first Badlands with a Rotax.
Okay, so that's going to be something unique and special to see. And you think maybe next month, maybe the month after that, when are we going to see it? I don't want to put the pressure on you, but...
Well, I was hoping to have it now, but I'm pretty sure we'll have it by Ontario.
Okay, so watch for that. Hal, great job. Second place, 573 combined. Steve Henry, first place of the unlimited class, combined score of 127. How was it out there today? You play this high a lot, right? Because you're really?
No, we don't have this at home. I didn't mind the density altitude, but the wind sure left us. That was a little tough.
I feel like that's the story this season. Every time I'm talking to you, it's like
the last two.
When
we Unlimiteds went, the last one of the day, it's like, oh, let's give them terrible wind.
Terrible wind for the Unlimited. Well, we got to make you guys work for it a little bit, right? All right, get up here. Let's get this. Everyone, round of applause for our limited competitors here at Pinedale, Wyoming. And while they take these photos, right after this, we've got more things coming to you. We got that Ralph Wentz. Yeah, there they go. Oh, Hal got me big. oh, look out. Oh, no. You missed, Reese. Good try. So that's the unlimited class. Big round of applause for the unlimited class again. Thank you so much, Pinedale. Now, if you are here in Pinedale, you may have entered a raffle. Is it time to do that? Let's do a one-wheel raffle. All right, we're gonna. I guess Brandon, let's go over here, and we're gonna get this figured out. Get your raffle tickets out, and if you're at home, wish you had entered the raffle. Wish you'd been here.
Can we have the Ralph Wenz family raise their hand?
There they are in the crowd right there.
And then can we have the presenters come up so they can be next and ready to hand out that award? Okay.
Okay, here we go for the one-wheel raffle.
You can't blame me because Gracie's gonna choose.
Okay, Gracie, pick a good one. I didn't enter because I thought it would be weird if I won if I was standing here, so I didn't do that.
Just one.
Or no, maybe pick out 5. We're giving out 5 one-wheels now.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, look at that! You should read it.
Hal Stockman.
Hal Stockman's got a one-wheel! There we go. That's pretty great. Okay, so that is the one-wheel, but now here's the other moment you've been waiting for. It's time for the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award, and I think we know who that went to. I'm looking at Karen. She texted me, but I left my phone in the booth. But anyway, I feel like I need to learn a little bit about who you are.
My name's Ralph Wenz.
Okay, and we've got the People's Choice Award coming up. Is that in here? Is it like the Oscar goes to inside here? Or is this the prize?
That's the prize.
This is the prize. Wait, Karen, you know who it is. You told me and I forgot because I got excited about getting to talk to Hal and Steve.
The winner of the Ralph Wenz People's Choice Award is, where is he? Joel Rourke.
Joel Rourke, everybody. He's over here coming up. Congratulations on the People's Choice Award. Anything you want to add as the Wenz family?
Well, this is a great opportunity to be here. This is a great event. I appreciate the participants as well as those who are watching. We have a great time here. It's a great way to put the Wenz field on the map. So it's great.
Absolutely. The hospitality has been absolutely incredible. We really appreciate it. Anything you want to say to the folks that voted for you?
Thanks, everybody. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for coming out. And thank you.
Rock on. Thank you so much, everybody. I got a couple other thank yous to make before we wrap it up today. Huge thank you to all the volunteers that bring Rocky Mountain STOL and all the national STOL events. You also want to thank my friend Cam Walton for being on the mic with me. Get a round of applause for Cam, one of the other announcers. Thank you so much. Don't forget to hit the merch tents on your way out. Say hi to the Jae Foundation. It has been an incredible weekend. Thank you for watching at home, and we will see you in a month at Oregon Trail STOL up in Oregon.